Hey there, horror enthusiasts. Today, we're going to dive into the world of camping horror, where the chills and thrills are in full swing. So, imagine this, you're out in the wilderness, surrounded by nature's beauty, when suddenly, you hear a rustling in the bushes. Your heart races as you try to discern whether it's a harmless animal or something more sinister. The tension builds as you wait for the next sound, and when it comes, it's even more terrifying than you could have imagined. That's the magic of camping horror, where the fear of the unknown is amplified by the seclusion of the great outdoors. It's a genre that has captivated audiences for decades, and it's not hard to see why. So, if you're a fan of the spine-tingling, the pulse-pounding, and the downright scary, then camping horror is definitely your cup of tea. Thanks for joining us today, and don't forget to follow and subscribe for more thrilling content. Stay spooky, my friends. The crisp air whipped through my hair as I hoisted my backpack onto my shoulders, the familiar weight settling comfortably against my frame. A grin stretched across my face, a sense of exhilaration bubbling within me. This was it, the hike I had been meticulously planning for months, a solo journey into the heart of the unexplored Redwood National Park. The trailhead stood before me, a weathered wooden sign marking the entrance to a world of towering trees and untamed wilderness. My boots crunched against the gravel as I took my first steps, the sounds of civilization fading into a distant hum. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy above, casting dappled shadows that danced across the forest floor. A wave of tranquility washed over me, the worries of everyday life melting away with each stride. I was in my element, surrounded by the raw beauty of nature, my senses alive with the sights, sounds, and smells of the ancient forest. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, a symphony of birdsong filling the air. My confidence soared with every step. Years of hiking experience had honed my instincts, my senses sharpened to the subtle nuances of the wild. I was prepared for anything this trail could throw at me, my backpack laden with supplies, my map and compass secured in their waterproof pouch. The trail wound its way deeper into the forest, the trees growing taller and thicker, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. A sense of awe settled over me, a humbling reminder of my place in the vastness of nature. Little did I know that this untamed wilderness held secrets far darker than I could have ever imagined, and my confidence would soon be shattered, replaced by a primal fear that would forever haunt my memories. Hours passed, the sun steadily climbing towards its zenith. The trail grew steeper, winding its way through dense thickets of ferns and tangled undergrowth. A sense of isolation settled over me, the silence of the forest growing heavier with every step. The usual symphony of birdsong had faded, replaced by an eerie quietude. The rustling of leaves and the chirping of insects seemed muted, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. A shiver ran down my spine, a prickle of unease settling in the pit of my stomach. I paused, scanning my surroundings, my senses on high alert. The air was still and heavy, the sunlight struggling to penetrate the dense canopy above. A sense of being watched crept over me, an unseen presence lurking just beyond my perception. I tried to shake off the feeling, attributing it to the solitude and the overactive imagination that often accompanied solo hikes. But the unease lingered, a nagging feeling that something was amiss. As I continued along the trail, I noticed a distinct lack of wildlife. No squirrels darted through the branches, no birds flitted amongst the trees. Even the insects seemed to have vanished. The forest felt strangely sterile, devoid of the usual vibrancy of life. A sense of foreboding washed over me, a growing certainty that I was now alone. The silence was no longer peaceful but oppressive, a suffocating blanket of anticipation. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath quickening as I pressed on, the weight of unseen eyes heavy upon my back. The trail took an unexpected turn, leading me away from the familiar path marked on my map. A sense of disorientation washed over me, the forest seeming to shift and twist around me, the trees closing in like silent sentinels. I paused, consulting my compass, its needle spinning erratically, unable to find true north. A knot of anxiety tightened in my chest, the unsettling feeling of being watched intensifying. As I pushed forward, the undergrowth grew thicker, the trail barely discernible beneath a carpet of decaying leaves and tangled vines. The air grew heavy with an oppressive humidity, the silence broken only by the sound of my own ragged breathing. Then, through the dense foliage, I spotted it, a clearing bathed in an unnatural light. A sense of morbid curiosity drew me forward, my footsteps muffled by the soft earth. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone structure, its surface covered in intricate carvings. It was a shrine of some kind, its weathered facade hinting at a long-forgotten purpose. An unsettling aura emanated from it, a palpable sense of dread clinging to the air. I cautiously approached the shrine, my heart pounding in my chest. The carvings on its surface were unlike anything I had ever seen, a series of grotesque figures and cryptic symbols that seemed to writhe and shift before my eyes. A shiver ran down my spine, a primal instinct urging me to turn back. But the allure of the unknown was too strong, a morbid fascination compelling me to uncover the secrets hidden within this ancient relic. As I reached out to touch the cold stone, a wave of icy energy surged through my body, a jolt of fear coursing through my veins. The forest around me seemed to hold its breath, the silence deepening, the air growing thick with anticipation. I had awakened something ancient and malevolent, and in that moment, I knew that my life would never be the same. A guttural growl ripped through the silence, the sound reverberating through the trees, sending a jolt of terror through my veins. The ground vibrated beneath my feet, as if something massive was approaching. I stumbled back from the shrine, my heart pounding in my chest, my breath catching in my throat. The forest around me seemed to come alive, the shadows deepening, the trees swaying ominously. The air crackled with an unseen energy, a palpable sense of dread pressing down on me. Then, I saw it. A figure emerged from the depths of the forest, its form a grotesque distortion of nature, a horrifying amalgamation of flesh and bone. Its limbs were elongated and twisted, its skin a sickly pale green, stretched taut over bulging muscles. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent red light, burning into me with a predatory intensity. The creature moved with an unnatural speed, its massive form gliding effortlessly through the undergrowth. Its footsteps were heavy and deliberate, each thud echoing through the forest like a death knell. Panic seized me, my instincts screaming at me to flee. I turned and ran, my backpack bouncing against my back, my lungs burning with exertion. The creature's growls echoed behind me, spurring me on, the sound of its pursuit fueling my terror. I scrambled through the undergrowth, branches whipping in my face, thorns tearing at my clothes. The forest seemed to conspire against me, the trees reaching out like grasping claws, the ground uneven and treacherous beneath my feet. But the creature was relentless, its speed unmatched. I could hear it gaining on me, its heavy breathing growing louder, its presence looming ever closer. Desperation clawed at me, the realization dawning that I couldn't outrun this thing, that I was hopelessly outmatched. But I couldn't give up, not while there was still a sliver of hope, a chance to escape the clutches of this monstrous entity. The forest floor seemed to rise and fall beneath my pounding feet, the trees blurring into a dizzying kaleidoscope of green and brown. My lungs screamed for air, my legs burning with exhaustion, but I dared not slow down, not with that monstrous entity hot on my heels. I risked a glance over my shoulder, catching a glimpse of the creature gaining ground, its grotesque form a horrifying silhouette against the dappled sunlight. Its eyes burned with a malevolent intensity, its jaws agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Desperation fueled my flight, my mind racing for a solution, a way to escape the clutches of this relentless predator. I veered off the trail, plunging into the dense undergrowth, hoping to lose the creature in the labyrinth of trees and vines. But the creature was cunning, its senses seemingly heightened, its pursuit unwavering. It crashed through the undergrowth, its massive form parting the foliage like a battering ram. I could hear its enraged growls echoing through the forest, its presence closing in, the stench of its putrid breath filling my nostrils. I stumbled and fell, my hands sinking into the damp earth, my body racked with exhaustion. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding in my chest, the taste of fear bitter on my tongue. Just as I thought all hope was lost, I spotted a glimmer of light through the trees. With renewed determination, I pushed myself forward, my legs aching, my lungs burning. The light grew brighter, revealing a clearing ahead. I burst through the undergrowth, my eyes widening in disbelief. Before me lay a sheer cliff face, the ground dropping away into a dizzying abyss. I was trapped, cornered between the precipice and the monstrous entity closing in from behind. There was nowhere left to run, no escape from the inevitable. The creature emerged from the trees, its form casting a long shadow over the clearing. Its eyes burned into me, its jaws snapping shut with a sickening crunch. I braced myself for the final assault, my body trembling, my mind flooded with a mixture of terror and resignation. The creature lunged, its claws outstretched, its jaws snapping shut just inches from my face. I recoiled, my back pressing against the cold rock face, my eyes squeezed shut, bracing for the inevitable. But the impact never came. I cautiously opened my eyes, my heart pounding in my chest. The creature stood before me, its form partially obscuring the fading light. Its eyes, glowing with malevolent intensity, were fixed on something beyond me, something deeper within the forest. A low growl rumbled from its throat, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. It hesitated, its attention momentarily diverted, its focus shifting from predator to prey. This was my chance. With a surge of adrenaline, I scrambled sideways, my body scraping against the rough rock face. The creature turned its head, its eyes snapping back to me, but it was too late. I had found a narrow crevice, a hidden opening in the cliff face. I squeezed through the opening, my backpack catching on the jagged rocks. I wriggled free, my heart pounding in my chest, my lungs burning with exertion. I stumbled into the darkness, the creature's enraged roar echoing behind me. The crevice led to a small cave, a hidden sanctuary shrouded in darkness. I collapsed on the cold, damp floor, my body trembling, my mind reeling from the close encounter. The cave was small, barely large enough to accommodate my body. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. I could hear the creature's frustrated growls echoing from outside, its massive form pacing back and forth, searching for its lost prey. I huddled in the darkness, my back pressed against the cold rock wall, my eyes struggling to adjust to the lack of light. The silence was deafening, broken only by the sound of my own ragged breathing and the occasional drip of water from the cave ceiling. Fear gnawed at me, the realization sinking in that I was trapped, cornered in this subterranean prison. The creature lurked just outside, its presence a constant reminder of my impending doom. I had escaped its clutches for now, but for how long? The night was young, and the creature's patience seemed endless. Darkness enveloped me, the silence of the cave pressing in like a suffocating weight. I huddled deeper into the shadows, my breath catching in my throat, every nerve on high alert. The creature's frustrated growls echoed from outside, sending shivers down my spine. Then, a new sound pierced the silence, a slow, deliberate scraping, like claws against stone. It was coming from the back of the cave, from the impenetrable darkness that lay beyond my vision. My blood ran cold. I wasn't alone in this subterranean prison. The scraping grew louder, closer, accompanied by a low, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through the very rock beneath me. I fumbled for my flashlight, my fingers trembling, my heart pounding against my ribs like a drum. The beam of light flickered to life, cutting through the oppressive darkness. My breath hitched in my throat. Two eyes, glowing with an eerie luminescence, stared back at me from the depths of the cave. The creature emerged from the shadows, its form even more grotesque than the one that pursued me. Its body was a mass of writhing tentacles, its skin a sickly pale white, glistening with an unnatural moisture. Its eyes, those terrifying orbs of light, seemed to pierce through me, reading my deepest fears. It slithered towards me, its tentacles reaching out, their tips dripping with a viscous fluid. I scrambled back, my back pressing against the cold rock wall, my mind reeling in terror. There was no escape, no way out of this nightmarish situation. I was trapped, cornered between two monstrous entities, each more terrifying than the last. The creature from the forest let out a deafening roar, its frustration palpable. It clawed at the entrance of the cave, its massive form unable to penetrate the narrow opening. The cave creature hissed, its tentacles coiling around me, their touch sending a wave of nausea through my body. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable, my mind flooded with images of the horrors that awaited me. A wave of dizziness washed over me, the cave walls seeming to close in, the darkness pressing against my eyelids. The creature's touch was cold, clammy, its tentacles coiling around my limbs, constricting my movement. I struggled against its grasp, but my efforts were futile, my strength draining away with each passing moment. Then, as suddenly as it began, the creature released me. I collapsed onto the cave floor, my body racked with tremors, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I looked up, my eyes widening in horror. The cave creature had retreated, its tentacles recoiling, its luminescent eyes fixed on the entrance of the cave. The creature from the forest stood there, its massive form filling the narrow opening, its eyes burning with an even more intense malevolence. The two creatures faced each other, their forms casting long, distorted shadows against the cave walls. A low growl rumbled from the forest creature's throat, a guttural challenge that echoed through the confined space. The cave creature hissed in response, its tentacles writhing, its body pulsating with an eerie light. The air crackled with tension, the silence punctuated only by the creature's guttural sounds and my own ragged breathing. Then, with a sudden burst of violence, the forest creature lunged. Its massive claws tore into the cave creature's flesh, its jaws snapping shut with a sickening crunch. The cave creature shrieked, its tentacles flailing wildly, its luminescent eyes dimming. The cave became a battleground, a gruesome spectacle of flesh and fury. The two creatures fought with a ferocity that defied comprehension, their forms a blur of movement, their roars and shrieks echoing through the confined space. I cowered in the corner, my eyes squeezed shut, my hands covering my ears, unable to bear witness to the horrific scene unfolding before me. The sounds of the battle raged on, the cave trembling with the force of their struggle. Then, as suddenly as it began, the sound ceased. A heavy silence descended upon the cave, broken only by the dripping of water and my own ragged breathing. I cautiously opened my eyes, my heart pounding in my chest. The cave was still, the shadows dancing in the flickering light from the cave entrance. The forest creature stood victorious, its form towering over the mangled remains of its opponent. Its eyes, glowing with a predatory satisfaction, turned towards me. I knew then that my escape was short-lived, that my fate was sealed. The creature had won its battle, and now it had come for its prize. The creature advanced, its footsteps slow and deliberate, savoring its victory. Its eyes, glowing with a malevolent hunger, bore into me, stripping away any remaining hope. I shrank back against the cave wall, my body trembling, my mind a whirlwind of terror. It loomed over me, its form casting a long, distorted shadow that danced in the flickering light. Its claws, stained with the blood of its fallen foe, twitched with anticipation. Its jaws opened, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, their edges glistening with a viscous saliva. A guttural growl rumbled from its throat, a sound that echoed through the confined space, amplifying my fear. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable, my mind replaying my life in a series of fragmented memories. The creature's breath washed over me, hot and fetid, carrying the stench of death and decay. I felt its claws graze my skin, their touch sending a wave of revulsion through my body. Then, a sharp pain erupted in my leg, followed by another and another. I screamed, my voice echoing through the cave, a desperate cry swallowed by the darkness. The creature's teeth tore into my flesh, its claws digging into my skin, ripping and tearing with a savage efficiency. I thrashed against its grasp, but my struggles were futile, my strength waning with each passing moment. The pain was unbearable, a searing agony that consumed my senses. I felt my lifeblood draining away, my consciousness fading in and out of darkness. The creature's growls intensified, its hunger insatiable. It feasted on my flesh, its jaws working with a sickening rhythm. I could feel my bones cracking, my muscles tearing, my organs rupturing under its relentless assault. My screams subsided, replaced by whimpers of pain and despair. My vision blurred, the cave walls melting into a swirling vortex of darkness. Then, as suddenly as it began, the pain subsided. The creature's grip loosened, its growls fading into a distant echo. I lay on the cave floor, my body broken and battered, my lifeblood pooling beneath me. My eyes fluttered open, my vision clearing slightly. The creature stood over me, its form silhouetted against the faint light from the cave entrance. Its eyes, glowing with a predatory satisfaction, met mine. It leaned down, its jaws opening wide, its breath washing over me once more. I closed my eyes, accepting my fate, welcoming the sweet embrace of oblivion. The creature's jaws clamped down on my skull, a final, crushing blow that extinguished the last flicker of life within me. Weeks turned into months, and the missing hiker's case grew cold. Search parties scoured the Redwood National Park, but no trace of the missing man was found. The dense forest held its secrets close, the towering trees standing as silent witnesses to the hiker's disappearance. One day, a group of hikers stumbled upon an abandoned campsite deep within the park. A weathered backpack lay discarded near a smoldering campfire, its contents scattered amongst the undergrowth. A sense of unease settled over the group as they surveyed the scene, a chilling premonition hanging in the air. Among the scattered belongings, they found a journal, its pages filled with frantic scribbles and chilling sketches. The journal chronicled the hiker's journey, his initial excitement giving way to growing fear and desperation as he ventured deeper into the unknown. The final entry, scrawled in a shaky hand, described a horrifying encounter with a creature of unimaginable terror, a grotesque distortion of nature that lurked within the depths of the forest. The entry ended abruptly, the last words a chilling testament to the hiker's final moments. It has found me. I can hear its footsteps approaching. The darkness is closing in. God help me. The hikers exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts pounding in their chests. The journal's chilling account painted a grim picture, a stark reminder of the dangers that lurked within the untamed wilderness. They carefully gathered the hikers' belongings, a sense of somber respect settling over them. As they left the campsite, they couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that unseen eyes followed their every move. The missing hiker's fate remained a mystery, his story a chilling reminder of the unseen forces that lurked beyond the boundaries of civilization. The Redwood National Park, once a place of awe and wonder, now held a sinister reputation, a place where darkness reigned and nightmares came to life. The journal, a chilling artifact of the hiker's final moments, served as a warning to those who dared to venture into the unknown. It was a testament to the horrors that could befall those who strayed too far from the beaten path, a chilling reminder that some places were best left undisturbed. The crisp autumn air held a chilling silence that Tuesday afternoon. It was the kind of silence that settled deep in your bones, a silence that seemed to amplify every rustle of leaves and snap of twigs. A silence that swallowed the last known moments of Mark Peterson, a seemingly ordinary junior at Northwood High. Mark wasn't the star athlete or the class clown. He was just Mark, a quiet kid with a passion for sketching and a close-knit group of friends. But on that fateful day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Casting long shadows across the small town of Northwood, Mark vanished without a trace. He had been walking home from school with his friends, taking their usual shortcut through the woods bordering the town. They joked, they laughed, they planned their weekend, typical teenage banter echoing through the trees. Then, at the edge of the old logging trail, they parted ways. A casual see you later and a wave goodbye were the last exchanges anyone had with Mark Peterson. When Mark didn't show up for dinner, his parents initially brushed it off as teenage rebellion. Maybe he was hanging out with friends, lost track of time. But as the hours ticked by and darkness enveloped the town, a gnawing worry began to fester. Calls were made, texts went unanswered, and a frantic search ensued. The Northwood Police, a small-town force more accustomed to dealing with petty theft and the occasional drunk and disorderly, found themselves facing a baffling mystery. A search party combed the woods, flashlights cutting through the dense foliage, voices calling out Mark's name, but the only answer was the echoing silence of the trees. Days turned into weeks, and the search efforts dwindled. Missing posters with Mark's smiling face plastered every lamppost and shop window in town, a constant reminder of the unsolved mystery that gripped Northwood. Whispers of foul play circulated, but with no evidence, no leads, and no body, the case grew cold. Mark Peterson simply vanished. But in the hushed hallways of Northwood High, a different kind of rumor began to spread, a chilling tale whispered from student to student. Some spoke of a strange figure lurking in the woods, a tall, impossibly thin figure with long, slender limbs and an unsettling blank face. A figure that seemed to watch from the shadows, its presence felt but never fully seen. Sarah, a close friend of Mark's, initially dismissed these rumors as overactive imaginations fueled by grief and fear. But as she delved deeper into the mystery, she began to uncover unsettling truths that would challenge her skepticism and lead her down a path towards the chilling unknown. The disappearance of Mark Peterson cast a long shadow over Northwood High. The initial shock and concern morphed into a morbid fascination as weeks turned into months, and the missing posters faded under the relentless sun and rain. Mark's absence became a gaping hole in the fabric of the school, a constant reminder of the fragility of life and the lurking darkness that seemed to encroach upon their small town. In the absence of facts, rumors flourished. The hallways buzzed with whispers, theories, and half-truths, each retelling adding a new layer of intrigue and dread. The internet, a breeding ground for speculation and fear-mongering, amplified these whispers, transforming them into chilling narratives that spread like wildfire. Some clung to the mundane explanations. Mark had run away, seeking escape from the stifling confines of small-town life. Others delved into darker territory, fueled by online forums and creepypasta websites. Tales of shadowy figures, strange symbols, and unexplained disappearances in other small towns across the country began to surface, weaving a tapestry of fear and paranoia. One name, in particular, kept cropping up: the Slender Man. This internet-born legend, a tall, emaciated figure with unnaturally long limbs and a blank, featureless face, seemed to resonate with the growing sense of unease in Northwood. Stories of the Slender Man stalking its victims, driving them to madness and ultimately claiming them, circulated among the students, blurring the lines between online folklore and real-life horror. Sarah, grappling with the loss of her friend and the unsettling atmosphere at school, found herself drawn into the vortex of speculation. She scoured online forums, reading accounts of alleged Slender Man sightings and the chilling experiences of those who claimed to have encountered the entity. At first, she dismissed it all as fabricated stories, the product of overactive imaginations and internet hype. But as she delved deeper, she stumbled upon a disturbing pattern. Many of the accounts mentioned the presence of strange symbols carved into trees or drawn on walls, symbols eerily similar to the ones Mark used to doodle in his notebook. A shiver ran down Sarah's spine. Could there be a connection between these online tales and Mark's disappearance? Was the Slender Man more than just an internet myth? The seed of doubt had been planted, and it was beginning to take root. The library at Northwood High was usually a haven of quiet study and research, but for Sarah, it had become a hunting ground. She spent hours poring over old yearbooks, her eyes scanning the faded photographs, searching for any sign, any clue that might connect Mark's disappearance to the chilling rumors circulating online. Year after year, she flipped through the pages, a monotonous parade of smiling faces and awkward poses. Clubs, sports teams, class photos, a visual chronicle of Northwood High's history, seemingly devoid of anything unusual. Until she reached the yearbook from 5 years prior. It was tucked away on a dusty shelf, its cover worn and faded. As Sarah opened it, a strange sense of foreboding washed over her. The pages felt cold and brittle beneath her fingertips, as if the book itself held a dark secret. She flipped through the initial pages, filled with the usual student council photos and academic achievements. Then, as she reached the section dedicated to the school's annual camping trip, her heart skipped a beat. There, in a grainy photo of a group of students gathered around a campfire, she saw it. A tall, slender figure, almost blending into the shadows of the surrounding trees. Its limbs were unnaturally long and thin, its form distorted and blurry, as if the camera struggled to capture its essence. The face, if it could be called that, was a blank white expanse, devoid of features, a chilling void staring back at her from the photograph. Sarah's breath caught in her throat. It was the Slender Man, or at least a figure that matched the description she had read online. The photo was old, taken years before Mark's disappearance, but the resemblance was undeniable. A wave of dizziness swept over her as she realized the implications. The Slender Man, if that's what it was, had been lurking in the woods of Northwood for years, its presence hidden in plain sight. Was it merely a coincidence, or was there a deeper connection between this entity and Mark's vanishing? Driven by a mix of fear and determination, Sarah decided to dig deeper. She started researching the students in the photograph, hoping to find someone who could shed light on the mysterious figure and the events of that camping trip. The library, once a place of quiet study, had become a gateway to a chilling mystery, and Sarah was determined to uncover the truth, no matter how terrifying it might be. The yearbook photo had opened a Pandora's box of questions, and Sarah was determined to find answers. She meticulously tracked down the names of the students in the picture, using social media and alumni records. Most had moved away, their memories of Northwood fading with time. But one name stood out, Emily Carter. Emily still lived in town, a recluse residing in a dilapidated Victorian house on the outskirts of Northwood. Sarah, her heart pounding with a mix of anticipation and apprehension, decided to pay her a visit. The house was shrouded in an eerie silence, the overgrown garden and peeling paint hinting at a life lived in isolation. As Sarah knocked on the weathered door, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was stepping into a forgotten corner of Northwood's history, a place where the past clung to the present like a shroud. Emily answered the door with a hesitant caution, her eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Sarah explained her purpose, showing Emily the yearbook photo and the chilling figure lurking in the background. A flicker of recognition crossed Emily's face, followed by a wave of fear that seemed to age her instantly. "I remember that day," Emily whispered, her voice raspy and frail. "We were all so carefree, oblivious to the darkness that watched us from the trees." She recounted the events of the camping trip, describing the unsettling feeling of being observed, the strange symbols carved into the bark of the trees, and the fleeting glimpses of a tall, thin figure that seemed to materialize and vanish at will. "We thought it was just our imaginations playing tricks on us," Emily continued, her voice trembling. "But deep down, we knew something was wrong. Something unnatural." She described how one of the students, a boy named David, became obsessed with the figure, claiming it was communicating with him, drawing him deeper into the woods. David disappeared one night, his tent found empty, his belongings scattered. The police searched, but no trace of him was ever found. Emily's story sent chills down Sarah's spine. It confirmed her worst fears. The slender man was real, and it had been preying on the students of Northwood for years. Mark wasn't the first victim, and he likely wouldn't be the last. As Sarah left Emily's house, the weight of the mystery pressed down on her. She had a witness, a chilling account, and a growing sense of dread. The slender man was no longer just an internet legend, it was a tangible threat, a shadow lurking in the woods, waiting to claim its next victim. And Sarah, armed with the knowledge of its existence, was now caught in its web. The sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the town of Northwood as Sarah stood at the edge of the woods. Armed with a flashlight and a growing sense of dread, she took her first step into the dense foliage, the crunch of leaves underfoot echoing in the unnerving silence. The air hung heavy with a strange stillness, a palpable tension that seemed to press down on her shoulders. The trees, their branches gnarled and twisted, loomed over her like skeletal figures, their silhouettes contorting in the fading light. The deeper she ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, a suffocating blanket of fear that wrapped around her, squeezing the breath from her lungs. The woods were a labyrinth of tangled undergrowth and decaying logs, the path ahead obscured by a thick canopy of leaves. The only sounds were the rustling of unseen creatures and the occasional snap of a twig, each noise sending a jolt of fear through her veins. As she pressed on, Sarah noticed strange symbols carved into the bark of the trees, symbols that mirrored the ones she had seen in the yearbook photo and in Mark's notebook. They were crudely etched, almost childlike, yet they carried an unsettling power, a sense of malevolence that made her skin crawl. The feeling of being watched intensified, a prickling sensation on the back of her neck that made her constantly swivel her head, searching for the source of her unease. But there was nothing there, only the deepening shadows and the oppressive silence. Then, in the distance, she saw it. A flicker of movement, a tall, slender figure silhouetted against the fading light. It was just a glimpse, a fleeting impression, but it was enough to send a surge of adrenaline through her body. The slender man. It was there, in the woods, watching her, waiting for her. The realization sent a wave of panic through her, but she fought it back, clinging to the hope that she could find Mark, that she could uncover the truth behind his disappearance. With renewed determination, Sarah pushed forward, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, her heart pounding in her chest. She was no longer just a curious student, she was a hunter, tracking a predator, venturing deeper into the heart of the unknown. The flashlight beam danced across the gnarled branches and thick undergrowth, casting eerie shadows that seemed to writhe and contort in the periphery of Sarah's vision. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a drumbeat of fear echoing in the oppressive silence of the woods. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping with each step she took deeper into the dense foliage. A sense of unease settled over her, a primal instinct screaming at her to turn back, to flee from the unseen danger that lurked in the shadows. But Sarah pressed on, her determination fueled by a mixture of fear and a desperate hope of finding Mark. The thought of him lost and alone in this terrifying place spurred her forward, pushing her beyond the boundaries of her own fear. Then, through the dense thicket of trees, she saw it. A tall, impossibly slender figure standing motionless in a small clearing. Its limbs were unnaturally long and thin, stretching towards the sky like skeletal branches. Its form seemed to distort the very air around it, creating a ripple effect that made it difficult to focus on its details. The slender man. It stood there, silent and still, its blank white face devoid of any features, a chilling void that seemed to absorb all light and emotion. It didn't move, didn't speak, yet its presence radiated an aura of power and menace that sent shivers down Sarah's spine. She froze, her breath catching in her throat, her flashlight beam trembling in her grasp. The encounter was both terrifying and mesmerizing, a clash between the rational and the supernatural that left her mind reeling. The slender man remained motionless, its blank gaze fixed on Sarah, as if studying her, assessing her. She felt a strange pull towards it, a hypnotic allure that threatened to draw her closer, to surrender to its silent power. But a surge of fear snapped her out of the trance. She stumbled back, her heart pounding in her chest, the urge to flee overwhelming her. She turned and ran, crashing through the undergrowth. The image of the slender man burned into her mind, its silent presence haunting her every step. The woods seemed to close in around her, the branches reaching out like grasping claws, the shadows deepening into an impenetrable darkness. But Sarah didn't stop, didn't look back, driven by a primal fear that propelled her towards the safety of the town, away from the silent watcher in the woods. The encounter in the woods left an indelible mark on Sarah. The image of the slender man, its silent presence and blank gaze, haunted her waking thoughts and invaded her dreams, turning them into terrifying nightmares of shadowy figures and endless forests. The once familiar streets of Northwood now seemed imbued with an unsettling aura. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden danger, every corner a potential hiding place for the entity that stalked her. The feeling of being watched became a constant companion, a prickling sensation on the back of her neck that made her constantly swivel her head, searching for the source of her unease. Strange occurrences began to plague her daily life. Objects would move inexplicably, misplaced or appearing in unexpected locations. Electronic devices would malfunction, flickering or emitting strange noises. And everywhere she went, she would catch glimpses of tall, slender figures lurking in the periphery of her vision, always just out of reach, always disappearing before she could get a clear look. The symbols, Those eerie markings she had seen in the woods and in Mark's notebook started appearing in unexpected places, scrawled on the bathroom stall at school, etched into the dust on her car window, even appearing as fleeting images on her computer screen. They were a constant reminder of the entity that stalked her, a chilling symbol of its growing influence over her life. Sleep became a luxury she could no longer afford. Every time she closed her eyes, she would see the slender man, its blank face looming over her, its long, slender fingers reaching out to grasp her. The nights were filled with a suffocating dread, a feeling that she was trapped in a waking nightmare from which she couldn't escape. Her once vibrant personality dimmed, replaced by a growing sense of paranoia and isolation. She withdrew from her friends, her grades plummeted, and her once carefree spirit was replaced by a constant state of anxiety and fear. The slender man had not only invaded her reality but was slowly consuming it, twisting her world into a distorted reflection of its own terrifying presence. Sarah was trapped in a downward spiral of fear and paranoia, her life unraveling as the entity's influence grew stronger, its silent presence casting a long shadow over her every waking moment. The relentless stalking, the eerie symbols, the constant feeling of dread, Sarah could no longer bear the weight of the unseen terror that consumed her life. The fear that had once paralyzed her now fueled a desperate resolve. She would confront the slender man, face the entity that haunted her, and demand answers. Armed with a renewed sense of purpose, she returned to the woods, the place where her nightmare began. The familiar path, once a source of terror, now felt like a necessary trial, a journey into the heart of her fear. The woods welcomed her with an oppressive silence, the air thick with a palpable tension. The trees, their branches gnarled and twisted, seemed to reach out like skeletal fingers, beckoning her deeper into their shadowy embrace. Sarah pressed on, her footsteps echoing in the unnerving quiet. She followed the trail, her eyes scanning the surroundings, searching for any sign of the entity that haunted her. The symbols, once a source of fear, now served as guideposts, leading her towards her destination. As she ventured deeper, the woods seemed to close in around her, the canopy of leaves blocking out the sunlight, casting the forest floor in a perpetual twilight. The feeling of being watched intensified, a prickling sensation on the back of her neck that made her constantly swivel her head, searching for the source of her unease. Then, in a clearing bathed in an eerie moonlight, she saw it. The slender man. It stood there, tall and imposing, its form a stark contrast against the darkness. Its limbs were unnaturally long and thin, its face a blank canvas of white, devoid of any features. Its presence radiated an aura of power and menace, a chilling reminder of the terror it had inflicted upon her. Sarah's heart pounded in her chest, her breath catching in her throat. But this time, fear did not paralyze her. She stood her ground, her gaze fixed on the entity, her voice trembling but resolute. "What do you want?" she demanded, her voice echoing in the silence. "Why are you doing this?" The slender man remained motionless, its blank face offering no answers. But Sarah could feel its presence, a suffocating weight that pressed down on her, testing her resolve. She refused to back down. She had come too far, endured too much, to be silenced by fear. She would confront the entity, demand answers, and fight for her life, her sanity, and the memory of her friend. The confrontation had begun, a battle of wills between a young woman and the supernatural entity that haunted her. The outcome was uncertain, the stakes high, but Sarah was determined to face her fears and fight for her future. The confrontation with the Slender Man had an unexpected outcome. Instead of attacking, the entity simply turned and walked away, beckoning Sarah to follow. A mix of fear and curiosity propelled her forward, her footsteps hesitant at first, then growing more determined as she followed the entity deeper into the woods. The path led her to a hidden clearing, shrouded in an eerie silence. The air was thick with an otherworldly presence, a feeling of stepping into a realm beyond the boundaries of reality. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its branches gnarled and twisted, reaching towards the sky like skeletal fingers. And there, beneath the oak tree, sat Mark. He was emaciated and pale, his eyes vacant, his body seemingly lifeless. He sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed on the ground, his entire being radiating an aura of emptiness. Sarah rushed towards him, her heart pounding with a mix of relief and dread. "Mark," she cried, her voice echoing in the silence. "Mark, it's me, Sarah." But Mark didn't respond. He remained motionless, his eyes glazed over, his body unresponsive. Sarah knelt beside him, her fingers gently touching his cheek, feeling the coldness of his skin. A wave of despair washed over her. Mark was alive, but he was not there. His body was present, but his spirit, his essence, seemed to be trapped elsewhere, lost in a realm beyond her reach. Then, as she looked closer, she noticed something disturbing. Mark's eyes, though vacant, seemed to be fixated on something in the distance, something beyond the clearing, something hidden in the shadows of the woods. Sarah followed his gaze, her heart pounding with a growing sense of dread. And there, in the distance, she saw it. The Slender Man. It stood motionless, its form blending with the darkness, its blank face staring back at her with an unnerving intensity. Sarah realized that Mark was not simply lost, he was under the entity's control, his mind trapped in a trance, his will subservient to the Slender Man's power. The clearing was not a sanctuary, it was a prison, a place where the Slender Man held its victims captive, their minds enslaved, their bodies mere shells. Sarah had stumbled upon the entity's lair, a place of unspeakable horror, a realm where reality blurred and the human mind was vulnerable to the supernatural forces that lurked in the shadows. The sight of Mark, trapped in the Slender Man's trance, filled Sarah with a mix of despair and rage. The entity had taken her friend, stolen his mind, and imprisoned him in this nightmarish realm. But Sarah refused to give up. She would not leave Mark behind, not while there was still a chance to save him. But what could she do? How could she fight an entity that seemed to defy the laws of nature, a creature that could control minds and manipulate reality? The odds were stacked against her, but Sarah's determination burned brighter than ever. She looked at Mark, his vacant eyes staring into the distance, his body a mere shell, and a wave of protectiveness washed over her. She would not let the Slender Man win. She would find a way to break its hold on Mark, even if it meant risking her own life. But as she contemplated her options, a chilling realization dawned on her. The Slender Man had led her here, to this clearing, to this horrifying spectacle. It wanted her to see this, to witness the extent of its power, to instill fear and despair in her heart. Was this a trap? Was the entity toying with her, luring her deeper into its web, waiting for the opportune moment to claim her as its next victim? A choice presented itself, a desperate gamble with uncertain consequences. She could try to rescue Mark, to break the slender man's hold on him, and risk facing the entity's wrath. Or she could escape, flee from this nightmarish place, and leave Mark behind, trapped in the clutches of the supernatural. The decision weighed heavily on her, a moral dilemma with no easy answers. Her heart ached for Mark, her friend, her classmate, now a prisoner in this terrifying realm. But her instinct screamed at her to flee, to save herself from the entity's grasp. Time seemed to stand still as Sarah grappled with her choice. The clearing, bathed in an eerie moonlight, held its breath, the silence amplifying the weight of her decision. Finally, with a heavy heart and a trembling hand, Sarah made her choice. The sun dipped below the towering redwoods, painting the forest floor in a tapestry of deep shadows and fading light. For friends, their laughter echoing through the ancient trees, ventured deeper into the heart of Redwood National Park, unaware of the darkness that awaited them. Jake, the group's seasoned outdoorsman, led the way, his compass and map guiding their steps. Emily, ever cautious, scanned the surroundings, her bear spray strapped securely to her hip. Chris, the jokester, kept the mood light with witty banter and playful jabs. And Sarah, the adventurous soul, eagerly embraced the thrill of exploring the unknown. Their destination, Devil's Hollow, a secluded clearing shrouded in local legend and whispered warnings. Tales of missing hikers, strange lights, and an unsettling presence that clung to the ancient grove had circulated for generations, passed down like a chilling campfire story. "You guys sure about this?" Emily asked, a hint of nervousness in her voice. "This place gives me the creeps." "Relax, Em," Chris chuckled, slinging an arm around her shoulder. "It's just an old wives' tale. Besides, what's a camping trip without a little spooky folklore?" Jake, ever the pragmatist, consulted his map. "We're about a mile out. Devil's Hollow should be just beyond that ridge." As they pressed on, the forest seemed to close in around them, the towering redwoods forming a cathedral of shadows. The air grew heavy with an oppressive silence, broken only by the crunch of leaves beneath their boots and the occasional rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. Sarah, undeterred by the growing sense of unease, quickened her pace. "Come on, slowpokes," she called out. "The sooner we get there, the sooner we can set up camp and roast some marshmallows." But as they crested the ridge and descended into the hollow, a palpable shift in the atmosphere sent shivers down their spines. The air grew still and cold, and an eerie silence blanketed the clearing. An ancient redwood, its gnarled trunk scarred with time, stood sentinel at the center of the hollow, its branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. And carved into its bark, a spiral symbol with strange markings seemed to stare back at them, a silent warning of the darkness that lurked within Devil's Hollow. As twilight deepened, the towering redwoods of Devil's Hollow seemed to loom even larger, their silhouettes casting long, skeletal fingers across the forest floor. A thick silence descended upon the clearing, broken only by the crackling flames of the campfire and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. The friends, their initial excitement tempered by the unsettling atmosphere, set about establishing their campsite. Jake, ever the experienced outdoorsman, efficiently erected the tents while Emily, her anxiety growing, double-checked the bear spray and meticulously secured the food supplies. Chris, attempting to lighten the mood, cracked jokes and regaled the group with humorous anecdotes, but his laughter seemed to dissipate quickly into the oppressive silence. Sarah, her adventurous spirit momentarily subdued, busied herself gathering firewood, her eyes constantly scanning the surrounding woods. The strange symbol carved into the ancient redwood continued to nag at her, a nagging sense of foreboding settling in her stomach. As darkness enveloped the forest, the friends huddled around the campfire, its flickering flames casting dancing shadows on their faces. The whispering wind seemed to carry with it an unsettling chorus of unseen creatures, their rustling and skittering just beyond the reach of the firelight. Anyone else feeling a little watched? Emily asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Chris, ever the skeptic, scoffed. It's just the wind, Em. Playing tricks on your imagination. But even Chris couldn't deny the growing sense of unease. The silence was too profound, the darkness too absolute. It felt as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. To distract themselves, the friends began sharing stories, spooky tales of encounters with the supernatural, urban legends whispered around campfires, and chilling accounts of unexplained phenomena. Each story added to the growing sense of dread, the shadows seeming to deepen with every whispered word. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through the clearing, extinguishing the flames and plunging them into darkness. A collective gasp escaped the group as they fumbled for their flashlights, their beams cutting through the inky blackness. When they finally managed to relight the fire, a chilling discovery sent a wave of panic through the group. Chris's backpack, containing his food, water, and essential gear, was gone. Vanished without a trace. What the? Chris stammered, his face pale. Where'd it go? The friends searched frantically, their flashlight beams dancing across the forest floor, but the backpack was nowhere to be found. The unsettling feeling of being watched intensified, the whispers on the wind seeming to mock their growing fear. As the first tendrils of dread began to coil around their hearts, they knew that something was terribly wrong in Devil's Hollow. Something far more sinister than they could have ever imagined. The disappearance of Chris's backpack cast a pall over the campsite, the weight of his absence pressing down on the remaining friends like a suffocating blanket. Fear, raw and primal, gnawed at their composure, turning their whispers into hushed anxieties and their laughter into nervous titters. Jake, ever the pragmatist, tried to maintain a semblance of order. He rationed the remaining food and water, organized a search party, and attempted to boost morale with reassurances and logical explanations. But even his usually steady voice held a tremor of doubt, his eyes betraying the fear that gnawed at his resolve. Emily, her anxiety amplified tenfold, retreated into herself, her gaze darting nervously between the encroaching shadows and the flickering flames of the campfire. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent shivers down her spine, her imagination conjuring up terrifying images of unseen creatures lurking just beyond the firelight. Sarah, her adventurous spirit dampened by the growing sense of dread, struggled to reconcile the beauty of the ancient redwoods with the palpable darkness that now permeated the clearing. The spiral symbol carved into the ancient redwood seemed to mock their vulnerability, a constant reminder of the unknown forces at play. As the night wore on, fatigue and fear began to take their toll. Sleep offered no escape, their dreams plagued by disturbing visions of shadowy figures and whispering voices. The boundaries between reality and nightmare blurred, their senses heightened to the point of paranoia. Emily, her nerves frayed to the breaking point, swore she saw figures moving in the periphery, their forms shifting and distorting in the flickering firelight. Jake, his composure slipping, heard whispers on the wind, his name echoing through the trees in a chorus of unseen voices. Sarah, her mind racing, began to see patterns in the seemingly random arrangement of trees and shadows, convinced that they were trying to communicate a message, a warning of impending doom. The isolation of Devil's Hollow pressed in on them, amplifying their fears and fueling their paranoia. The once comforting sounds of the forest, the rustling leaves, the chirping crickets, the hooting owls, now seemed like a sinister symphony, a chorus of unseen creatures closing in on their vulnerable campsite. As the night wore on, their sanity teetered on the precipice, their grip on reality loosening with every passing hour. The darkness of Devil's Hollow had seeped into their minds, twisting their perceptions and turning their fears into tangible horrors. They were no longer just lost in the woods. They were lost in a labyrinth of fear and paranoia, their minds the playground of an ancient evil that reveled in their despair. Driven by a desperate need to find Chris and fueled by a growing sense of dread, the remaining friends ventured further into the shadowy depths of Devil's Hollow. The forest seemed to conspire against them, its twisting paths and dense undergrowth leading them in circles, their calls for Chris swallowed by the oppressive silence. As they stumbled through the labyrinthine woods, a flicker of movement in the distance caught their attention. A dilapidated cabin, its weathered wood bleached gray by the elements, stood nestled amongst the towering redwoods, its presence an unsettling intrusion in the otherwise pristine wilderness. Cautiously, they approached the cabin, their footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of fallen leaves. The windows were boarded shut, and the front door hung precariously from a single rusty hinge, creaking ominously in the wind. A sense of foreboding washed over them as they pushed open the door, the interior shrouded in a thick layer of dust and cobwebs. The air was heavy with the scent of decay and damp earth, and an unsettling silence hung in the air, broken only by the occasional scuttling of unseen creatures. As their eyes adjusted to the dim light, they began to make out the remnants of the cabin's former occupants, a rusted wood-burning stove, a decaying armchair, a bookshelf littered with decaying tomes. And on a small table, a weathered journal lay open, its pages filled with frantic scribbles and disturbing sketches. With trembling hands, Jake picked up the journal, its leather cover cold and brittle to the touch. The entries, written in a shaky hand, spoke of a solitary man seeking refuge in the woods, his words gradually descending into paranoia and madness. He described strange occurrences, unsettling sounds, and a growing sense of being watched. As Jake flipped through the pages, his heart sank. The man's sketches depicted the same spiral symbol they had seen carved into the ancient redwood, accompanied by frantic warnings of an ancient evil that lurked in the heart of Devil's Hollow. The final entry, scrawled in a desperate hand, spoke of a ritual, a summoning of a malevolent entity that resided in the depths of the forest. The man claimed to have stumbled upon the ritual site, witnessing a group of hooded figures chanting in an unknown language, their voices echoing through the trees. The journal ended abruptly, the final page ripped out, leaving a chilling silence in its wake. A sense of dread washed over the friends, the realization dawning on them that they were now alone in Devil's Hollow. They were intruders in a place where ancient evils slumbered, and their presence had awakened something dark and sinister. The whispers on the wind seemed to intensify, carrying with them the echoes of the hooded figure's chants, their voices weaving a tapestry of fear and despair. The friends exchanged terrified glances, their hearts pounding in their chests. They had stumbled upon a secret, a truth hidden within the depths of the ancient forest. And now they were trapped in a nightmare, hunted by an entity beyond their comprehension. The discovery of the journal and its chilling revelations sent a wave of panic through the group. The whispers on the wind seemed to intensify, carrying with them the echoes of the hooded figure's chants, their voices weaving a tapestry of fear and despair. Jake, his face pale but his resolve firm, took charge. "We need to get out of here," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Now!" But as they turned to leave the cabin, a blood-curdling scream pierced the silence, echoing through the trees. It was Emily. They found her a short distance away, caught in a crude snare trap, her leg twisted at an unnatural angle. Her face was contorted in pain, her eyes wide with terror. "Help me," she cried, her voice choked with sobs. As Jake and Sarah rushed to her aid, a shadowy figure darted through the trees, its form barely visible in the dim light. It moved with an unnatural speed, its eyes glowing like embers in the darkness. Panic seized the group. They knew they were no longer just lost, they were being hunted. Adrenaline surged through Jake's veins as he pulled out his hunting knife, its blade glinting in the firelight. "We need to get Emily out of here," he said, his voice strained. Working quickly, they managed to free Emily from the trap, her leg throbbing in pain. But as they tried to carry her, the shadowy figure reappeared, its form now more defined, its features contorted into a grotesque mask of malice. It lunged at them, its claws outstretched, its eyes burning with a malevolent hunger. Jake shoved Sarah and Emily behind him, raising his knife in defense. The entity swiped at him, its claws raking across his arm, drawing blood. A cry of pain escaped Jake's lips, but he held his ground, his eyes locked with the creature's. He knew that if he faltered, they were all doomed. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, he lunged forward, plunging his knife into the entity's chest. A guttural roar erupted from the creature as it staggered backward, its form flickering and distorting. Seizing the opportunity, Jake grabbed Sarah and Emily, pulling them away from the creature. They stumbled through the woods, their fear propelling them forward, the entity's enraged roars echoing behind them. They didn't stop running until they collapsed, exhausted and terrified, in a small clearing. Emily's leg was badly injured, and Jake's arm bled profusely. But they were alive. For now. As they huddled together, catching their breath, the whispers on the wind seemed to intensify, carrying with them the chilling message, the hunt was far from over. Huddled together in the small clearing, their bodies battered and their spirits broken, the remaining friends struggled to comprehend the horrors they had just witnessed. The shadowy figure, its grotesque form and malevolent intent, had left an indelible mark on their psyches, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked within the depths of Devil's Hollow. Jake, his arm still bleeding from the entity's attack, carefully examined Emily's injured leg. It was badly sprained, perhaps even fractured. They were stranded, injured, and hunted, their hopes of escape dwindling with every passing moment. "We need to find shelter," Jake said, his voice strained. "And we need to figure out what we're dealing with." Sarah, her eyes wide with fear, nodded in agreement. "That journal, the ritual, it all makes sense now," she whispered. "We're not just dealing with some random creature. This is something ancient, something evil. Driven by a desperate need to understand the forces arrayed against them, they delved deeper into the journal's cryptic entries. The author, a man named Elias Thorne, had been a scholar of folklore and mythology, drawn to Devil's Hollow by its dark legends. Thorne's research had led him to uncover a disturbing truth. The spiral symbol they had seen carved into the ancient redwood was not just a random marking. It was a sigil, a gateway, a key to unlocking an ancient power that lay dormant within the heart of the forest. According to Thorne's findings, the symbol was connected to a forgotten ritual practiced by the indigenous people who once inhabited the area. A ritual intended to summon a powerful entity, a guardian spirit of the forest. But something had gone wrong. The ritual had been corrupted, twisted, and the entity it summoned was not a benevolent protector, but a malevolent force of destruction. The entity, Thorne wrote, fed on fear and despair, its power growing with every life it claimed. It lured people into the forest, preying on their vulnerabilities, their anxieties, their darkest fears. It twisted their perceptions, turning the familiar into the terrifying, the comforting into the horrifying. The friends exchanged terrified glances, the weight of Thorne's words settling upon them like a shroud. They were not just lost in the woods, they were trapped in a nightmare, caught in the crosshairs of an ancient evil that had been awakened by their presence. The whispers on the wind seemed to confirm their worst fears, carrying with them the echoes of the ritual chants, the voices of the hooded figures echoing through the trees. The entity was aware of them, its presence growing stronger with every passing moment. They were running out of time. They needed to find a way to break the curse, to banish the entity back to the depths from which it had come. But how? As they huddled together, their fear mingling with a newfound determination, they knew that their survival depended on unraveling the secrets of Devil's Hollow and confronting the ancient evil that held them captive. The weight of Elias Thorne's revelations hung heavy in the air, casting a pall of despair over the small clearing. The friends, their bodies battered and their spirits broken, were now faced with a terrifying truth. They were not just lost in the woods, they were pawns in a game played by an ancient evil, their every move watched, their every fear exploited. The entity, its presence growing stronger with every passing moment, began to play on their vulnerabilities, their anxieties, their deepest fears. It whispered their names on the wind, its voice a chilling echo of their own inner demons. Emily, her injured leg throbbing with pain, succumbed to paranoia, her eyes darting nervously between the shadows, convinced that the entity was lurking just beyond the reach of the firelight. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent her heart racing, her mind conjuring up terrifying images of the creature's grotesque form. Jake, his arm still bleeding, fought to maintain his composure, but the entity's whispers chipped away at his resolve, planting seeds of doubt and despair. He saw shadows moving in the periphery, heard voices whispering his name, felt a constant sense of being watched, judged, condemned. Sarah, Her adventurous spirit, now a flickering ember, struggled to reconcile the beauty of the ancient redwoods with the palpable darkness that now permeated the clearing. The entity's presence seemed to warp her perception, twisting the familiar into the terrifying, the comforting into the horrifying. The once unbreakable bond of friendship began to fray under the strain of fear and paranoia. Each of them retreated into their own private hell, their minds the playground of an ancient evil that reveled in their isolation. The entity, sensing their growing despair, began to sow discord among them, whispering doubts and suspicions, turning them against each other. Emily, convinced that Jake was hiding something, accused him of leading them into a trap. Jake, his patience wearing thin, snapped at Sarah, blaming her for their predicament. The clearing, once a sanctuary of camaraderie and shared laughter, now echoed with accusations and recriminations. The friends, once united in their quest for survival, were now divided, their trust shattered, their bond broken. As the night wore on, their sanity teetered on the precipice, their grip on reality loosening with every passing hour. The entity's whispers grew louder, its presence more oppressive, its influence inescapable. They were no longer just lost in the woods. They were lost in a labyrinth of fear and paranoia, their minds the battleground for an ancient evil that sought to consume them all. And as the first rays of dawn painted the sky, they knew that their only hope of survival lay in confronting their fears, their doubts, and their inner demons. But would they be strong enough to overcome the entity's insidious influence and find their way back to each other before it was too late? Dawn broke over Devil's Hollow, casting a pale light through the towering redwoods. But the new day brought little comfort to the remaining friends. Injured, exhausted, and haunted by the entity's relentless pursuit, they clung to the fragile hope of survival. Emily, her pain-ridden leg a constant reminder of their vulnerability, urged a desperate retreat. "We need to keep moving," she pleaded, her voice hoarse. "We can't stay here. It'll find us." Jake, his arm throbbing, knew she was right. But where could they go? The forest seemed to conspire against them, its twisting paths leading them in circles, its dense undergrowth concealing unseen dangers. Sarah, her eyes filled with a newfound determination, refused to give in to despair. "We can't just run," she said, her voice firm. "We need to fight back. We need to find a way to stop this thing." Remembering Elias Thorne's journal, Jake searched for clues, his fingers tracing the faded ink. A passage caught his attention, a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Thorne had written of a legend, a whisper among the indigenous people, of the entity's vulnerability to fire. It was said that the creature, born of shadow and darkness, could be repelled by the purifying flames, its power weakened by the light. A spark of hope ignited within Jake. "Fire," he said, his voice filled with renewed purpose. "We need to build a fire. A big one." Gathering what dry wood they could find, they worked feverishly, their hands shaking with a mixture of fear and determination. Emily, despite her pain, helped feed the flames, her eyes fixed on the growing inferno. As the fire roared to life, casting dancing shadows against the ancient redwoods, a sense of defiance filled the clearing. They would not be victims. They would fight back. But their defiance was met with a chilling response. The entity, sensing their newfound resolve, emerged from the shadows, its grotesque form illuminated by the firelight. Its eyes, burning with malevolent rage, fixed upon them, its presence a suffocating weight upon their souls. Fear threatened to consume them, but Jake held his ground, his hunting knife clutched tightly in his hand. "We won't be your prey," he shouted, his voice echoing through the trees. The entity lunged, its claws outstretched, its jaws gaping wide. Jake dodged the attack, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew this was their last stand, their final chance to survive. With a desperate cry, he charged at the creature, his knife raised high. The entity roared, its form flickering and distorting in the firelight. But Jake did not falter. He plunged his knife into the creature's chest, a desperate act of defiance against the darkness that threatened to consume them all. The clearing became a battleground, the flickering flames of the bonfire casting long, dancing shadows as Jake confronted the entity. The creature, wounded but enraged, roared its defiance, its claws raking the air, its eyes burning with malevolent fury. Jake, adrenaline coursing through his veins, fought with the ferocity of a cornered animal, his hunting knife a beacon of defiance against the encroaching darkness. He parried the entity's attacks, his movements fueled by a desperate need to protect Emily and Sarah, to survive this nightmare. But the entity was powerful, its strength born of ancient magic and fueled by the fear that permeated the forest. It lunged at Jake, its claws tearing through his flesh, its jaws snapping inches from his face. Just as hope seemed to fade, a figure emerged from the shadows. Sarah, her face pale but determined, had climbed a nearby redwood, her eyes fixed on the unfolding battle. With a desperate cry, she hurled a burning branch from the bonfire at the entity, striking its arm. The creature roared in pain, its form flickering and distorting as the flames licked at its shadowy flesh. The fire, a symbol of hope and defiance, seemed to weaken the entity, its power waning in the face of the purifying light. Jake, seizing the opportunity, lunged forward, his knife finding its mark. He plunged the blade deep into the entity's chest, a final act of defiance against the darkness that had threatened to consume them all. The creature shrieked, its form dissolving into a swirling vortex of shadows and smoke. The clearing was filled with an eerie silence, broken only by the crackling flames of the bonfire and the ragged breathing of the survivors. Jake collapsed to the ground, his body battered, his spirit exhausted. Emily and Sarah rushed to his side, their faces etched with a mixture of relief and disbelief. They had survived. Against all odds, they had faced the darkness and emerged victorious. But their ordeal was far from over. Injured and exhausted, they still had to find their way out of the labyrinthine forest, their journey back to civilization fraught with uncertainty and danger. As they huddled together, the first rays of dawn painting the sky with a promise of new beginnings, they knew that the scars of Devil's Hollow would forever remain, a chilling reminder of the night they confronted an ancient evil and emerged from the darkness, forever changed. The rising sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, casting a fragile light over the battered landscape of Devil's Hollow. But for Jake and Sarah, the survivors of the nightmarish ordeal, the darkness lingered, a shadow cast upon their souls. They emerged from the forest, their bodies bearing the wounds of their encounter, their minds scarred by the horrors they had witnessed. Emily, their friend, their companion, lay buried beneath the ancient redwoods, a victim of the entity's malevolent wrath. The journey back to civilization was a blur, a haze of pain, exhaustion, and grief. They stumbled through the wilderness, their footsteps heavy with the weight of their loss, their silence punctuated by the echoes of Emily's laughter, her voice a haunting reminder of their shattered bond. When they finally reached the ranger station, their appearance, haggard, blood-stained, their eyes filled with a haunted emptiness, spoke volumes of the horrors they had endured. Their story, a chilling tale of survival and loss, was met with a mixture of disbelief and pity. The days that followed were a struggle to return to normalcy, to reconcile the world they knew with the darkness they had glimpsed in the depths of Devil's Hollow. The physical wounds healed, but the psychological scars remained, a constant reminder of the night they had faced an ancient evil. Jake, haunted by survivor's guilt, replayed the events in his mind, searching for answers, for a reason why he had been spared while Emily had perished. He saw her face in every crowd, heard her voice in every whisper of the wind, felt her presence in every shadow. Sarah, her adventurous spirit dimmed, struggled to find joy in the world around her. The beauty of nature, once a source of wonder and inspiration, now held a sinister undertone, a reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface. They both suffered from nightmares, their sleep plagued by visions of the entity, its grotesque form and malevolent eyes forever etched into their memories. The whispers on the wind followed them, a constant reminder of the entity's presence, its power lingering in the shadows of their minds. Despite the trauma, they found solace in each other, their shared experience forging an unbreakable bond. They spoke little of the horrors they had endured, but their silence spoke volumes, a testament to the unspoken understanding that existed between them. But even as they tried to move on, they knew that the darkness of Devil's Hollow would forever be a part of them, a shadow cast upon their souls. And in the quiet moments, when the wind whispered through the trees, they couldn't help but wonder if the entity was truly gone, or if it was merely waiting, lurking in the shadows, its malevolent gaze fixed upon them, its whispers promising a return. The wind howled like a banshee through the towering pines surrounding my lonely cabin. Rain lashed against the windows, blurring the already fading light of the late October afternoon. I was alone, as always, in the heart of Redwood National Park, miles from the nearest town, the sole keeper of this forgotten corner of the wilderness. My name is Catherine, but everyone calls me Kate. I'm the campground manager here at Whispering Pines, a place most folks avoid this time of year. The tourists are long gone, scared off by the stories whispered around campfires and the unsettling quiet that descends once the summer crowds disappear. But me, I've always been drawn to the solitude, to the secrets hidden beneath the canopy of ancient trees. Tonight, however, the solitude felt heavier, the silence more oppressive. A storm was brewing, both outside and within my own soul. A sense of unease had settled over me, a prickling at the back of my neck that wouldn't go away. Then, I heard it. A sound that cut through the wind and rain, a sound that made my blood run cold. It was the frantic barking of dogs, a chorus of desperate howls echoing through the trees. These weren't the playful barks of happy pups chasing squirrels. These were cries of fear, of warning, of something deeply unsettling. My heart pounded in my chest as I strained to pinpoint the source of the commotion. The dogs belonged to Brian, my only employee and the campground's caretaker. He lived in a small cabin on the edge of the property, a good mile from my own. Something was terribly wrong. I grabbed my heavy-duty flashlight, the beam cutting a swathe through the gloom as I stepped out onto the porch. The rain was coming down in sheets now, and the wind whipped through the trees, creating an eerie symphony of creaks and groans. I hesitated for a moment, fear gnawing at my resolve. But the owls continued, growing more desperate, and I knew I couldn't ignore them. Pulling my raincoat tighter, I ventured into the storm, the beam of my flashlight dancing across the rain-soaked path. The forest seemed to press in around me, the shadows deeper, the silence more profound. With each step, the sense of dread grew, a chilling premonition that I was walking towards something I couldn't comprehend, something that would forever change the quiet rhythm of my life in the woods. The path to Brian's cabin was treacherous, the rain turning the ground into a muddy swamp. My flashlight beam danced across the slick leaves and gnarled roots, barely penetrating the thick curtain of rain. The howling of the dogs had subsided, replaced by an unsettling silence punctuated only by the rhythmic drumming of the rain and the occasional rumble of thunder. As I approached the clearing where Brian's cabin stood, a sense of foreboding washed over me. The cabin was dark, no welcoming light spilling from the windows. The only illumination came from my flashlight and the occasional flashes of lightning that momentarily turned the night into an eerie tableau. "Brian?" I called out, my voice barely audible above the wind. "Are you there?" Silence met my call. I moved closer, my heart pounding in my chest, my flashlight beam scanning the area around the cabin. Then, I saw it. A figure lying crumpled on the ground near the porch steps. "Brian!" I rushed forward, my boots sinking into the mud. As I knelt beside him, my flashlight illuminated his face. He was unconscious, his breathing shallow, a dark stain spreading across his shirt. He had been injured. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced myself to remain calm. I checked for a pulse, relieved to find a faint but steady beat. He was alive. But what had happened? Where were the dogs? My flashlight beam swept across the clearing, searching for any sign of the dogs or whatever had attacked Brian. Then I saw it. A flash of movement in the shadows, a glimpse of something that made my breath catch in my throat. It was a figure, tall and slender, with an otherworldly grace. It moved with an unnatural fluidity, its limbs seeming to flow rather than step. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and its eyes glowed with an eerie light. It was unlike anything I had ever seen before. The figure turned its head, and our eyes met. A jolt of fear shot through me, a primal instinct to flee. But something held me rooted to the spot, a strange fascination mingled with terror. The figure took a step towards me, and I saw that it was carrying something in its arms. As it moved into the pool of light from my flashlight, I gasped. It was a woman, or at least, something that resembled a woman. She was small and delicate, with long flowing hair and gossamer wings that shimmered in the rain. She was dressed in rags, her body covered in cuts and bruises. She was clearly injured. The figure gently laid the woman on the ground beside Brian. Then, it turned its gaze back to me, its eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and urgency. It spoke, its voice a soft whisper that seemed to cut through the wind and rain. "Please," it said. "Help her." Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the figure vanished into the shadows, leaving me alone with the injured man and the mysterious woman who had fallen from the sky. The rain continued its relentless assault as I carried the injured woman into my cabin. I laid her gently on the sofa, my hands trembling as I brushed the wet strands of hair from her face. She was breathtakingly beautiful, with delicate features and skin that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly luminescence. But her beauty was marred by the wounds that crisscrossed her body, the blood staining her tattered clothing. I rushed to gather blankets and towels, my mind racing with questions. Who was she? What was she doing in the middle of the forest? And what was that creature that had brought her to me? As I tended to her wounds, I noticed the intricate markings that adorned her arms and legs. They were like tattoos, but unlike any I had ever seen before. The symbols were delicate and flowing, reminiscent of vines and leaves, and they seemed to pulse with a faint light. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something ancient and powerful about this woman, something that transcended the boundaries of my understanding. The creature that had brought her to me, with its otherworldly grace and glowing eyes, had spoken of her with reverence, with a sense of urgency that hinted at a greater purpose. As I worked, I noticed a faint whisper coming from the woman's lips. I leaned closer, trying to make out the words. Fomorian, she murmured, her voice weak and raspy. He hunts, must warn. Fomorian? The word sent a shiver down my spine. I had heard whispers of the Fomorian, ancient tales of a monstrous creature that roamed the forests, preying on the weak and innocent. But I had always dismissed them as folklore, as stories told to frighten children around campfires. Now, faced with this injured woman, with the strange markings on her skin and the fear in her eyes, I could no longer ignore the possibility that the legends were true. The woman stirred, her eyes fluttering open. She looked at me, her gaze filled with confusion and pain. Where am I? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. You're safe, I assured her. You're at Whispering Pines Campground. I'm Kate, the manager. The woman's eyes widened. Whispering Pines, she repeated, her voice filled with a mixture of fear and recognition. He knows this place. He will come. Who will come? I asked, my heart pounding. The Fomorian, she whispered, her voice filled with dread. He hunts me. He will not stop until I am dead. A cold wave of fear washed over me. The legends were true. The Fomorian was real. And he was coming for the woman in my cabin. The woman's words hung heavy in the air, the weight of their meaning pressing down on me like a physical force. The Fomorian was coming. A creature of legend, a harbinger of darkness, was on its way to Whispering Pines. And I, the lone guardian of this forgotten corner of the wilderness, was caught in the crossfire. Who are you? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. And what does this Fomorian want with you? The woman, her breathing shallow and ragged, struggled to sit up. I helped her lean against the pillows, my hand brushing against her delicate skin. It felt strangely cool, almost otherworldly. My name is Alara, she said, her voice weak but melodic. I am a guardian, a protector of the balance. She paused, wincing in pain. The Fomorian, he is a creature of chaos, a destroyer. He seeks to disrupt the harmony of the world, to plunge it into darkness. Ilara's words painted a picture of a cosmic struggle, a battle between forces beyond my comprehension. I was just a simple campground manager, a woman who preferred the company of trees to people. How had I become entangled in this ancient conflict? But why you? I asked. Why is he hunting you? Ilara's eyes, a deep shade of emerald green, met mine. I possess something he desires, she said. Something that holds the key to his power. She reached into the folds of her tattered clothing and pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was no bigger than my palm, but it radiated an aura of power, a sense of ancient magic. This box, Ilara said, her voice filled with reverence, contains a fragment of the old magic, a spark of the life force that binds the world together. The Fomorian seeks to steal it, to corrupt it, and use it for his own evil purposes. She clutched the box tightly to her chest, her eyes filled with determination. I will not let him have it, she said, her voice gaining strength. I will protect it with my life. I looked at Ilara, at the fierce resolve in her eyes, and a wave of admiration washed over me. This woman, injured and hunted, was willing to stand against a force of darkness to protect the balance of the world. And in that moment, I knew I couldn't stand idly by. I will help you, I said, my voice firm. I will protect you in the box. Ilara's eyes softened. Thank you, Kate, she said. Your help is more valuable than you know. She reached out and took my hand, her touch sending a shiver down my spine. We must prepare, she said. The Fomorian is coming, and he will not be easily defeated. The night was alive with the sounds of a struggle I couldn't see. The wind carried the snarls and growls of Brian's dogs, the sickening crunch of bone, and the Fomorian's guttural roars that echoed through the trees like thunder. I sat huddled in my cabin, Ilara beside me, both of us frozen with a fear that clawed at our throats. Ilara, despite her injuries, was a warrior at heart. She yearned to join the fight, her hand instinctively reaching for the ornate dagger sheathed at her hip. But I held her back, reminding her that she was still weak, that her strength was needed for the battles to come. We listened, our senses heightened, every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind, magnifying our fear. The battle raged outside, the sounds growing closer, then receding, a terrifying symphony of violence and desperation. Suddenly, a crash echoed from the direction of Brian's cabin. I imagined the Fomorian, its monstrous form tearing through the wooden walls, its claws ripping through flesh and bone. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I buried my face in my hands, unable to bear the thought of Brian's fate. Ilara placed a comforting hand on my shoulder, her touch surprisingly warm and reassuring. The hounds are brave, she said, her voice soft but firm. They will protect him. But even as she spoke, I could hear the weakening of the dog's resistance. Their barks became less frequent, their growls less ferocious. The Fomorian was gaining the upper hand. Then, a sound that pierced the night, a sound that chilled me to the bone. A long, mournful howl, filled with pain and despair. One of the dogs had fallen. Silence descended, broken only by the Fomorian's heavy breathing and the crackling of the flames as it set Brian's cabin ablaze. I closed my eyes, tears streaming down my face, my heart heavy with grief and fear. But the silence was short-lived. A new sound emerged, a low growl that quickly escalated into a furious roar. It was a sound that shook the very foundations of the cabin, a sound that spoke of primal power and unbridled rage. Ilara's eyes widened. "The beast," she whispered, her voice filled with awe and fear. "The beast. A creature of legend, even more ancient and powerful than the Fomorian. A force of nature that roamed the deepest parts of the forest, a predator that even the Fomorian feared." The battle outside intensified, the sounds of the clash echoing through the trees. The Fomorian's roars were now met with the beast's deafening bellows, the ground trembling beneath their furious struggle. I clung to Ilara, both of us trembling with a mixture of fear and hope. The beast had intervened, but for what purpose? Was it an ally or just another threat in this terrifying game of survival? The night wore on, the battle reaching outside. We didn't dare look, didn't dare imagine the carnage unfolding in the darkness. We could only listen, our hearts pounding, our breaths held captive by the terrifying symphony of the night. Dawn broke, casting a pale light over the ravaged campground. The storm had passed, leaving behind an eerie calm that amplified the devastation. Smoke still curled from the charred remains of Brian's cabin, a grim testament to the Fomorian's fury. The air was heavy with the stench of burned wood and something ancient and foul that clung to the back of my throat. Ilara and I emerged from the cabin, both of us bearing the weight of the night's horrors. She leaned heavily on me, her injuries still causing her pain, but her eyes held a newfound determination. We had survived the night, but the battle was far from over. "We need to find the others," Ilara said, her voice hoarse. "The dancer and Bo, was it?" I nodded, my gaze sweeping the campground. The familiar sights were now tainted with a sense of dread. The playground, once filled with the laughter of children, now stood silent and abandoned. The picnic tables, where families had gathered for meals, were overturned and broken. The once vibrant campground was now a ghost town, haunted by the echoes of violence. We found the dancer and Bo huddled near the edge of the woods, their faces etched with exhaustion and fear. They had witnessed the battle from afar, their own powers no match for the Fomorian's might. "The beast is gone," the dancer said, her voice filled with a mixture of awe and apprehension. "It vanished with the first light of dawn." Bo nodded, his gaze fixed on the smoldering ruins of Brian's cabin. "The Fomorian is wounded," he said, his voice low and grim. "But he is not defeated. He will return." A sense of urgency settled over us. We were vulnerable, exposed in the aftermath of the attack. We needed a plan, a way to protect ourselves and the precious box Ilara carried. "We need a safe place," I said, my gaze falling on my own cabin. It was small, but sturdy, and offered some semblance of protection. We gathered what supplies we could find and barricaded ourselves inside. The windows were boarded up, the doors reinforced with furniture. We were a fragile island of resistance in a sea of darkness. Inside the cabin, Ilara revealed more about the Fomorian and the ancient conflict that had engulfed our world. She spoke of a time when the boundaries between the realms were thin, when creatures of myth and legend walked among humans. She spoke of a war that had raged for centuries, a battle between forces of light and darkness, of balance and chaos. The Fomorian is a creature of immense power, she explained. He feeds on fear and despair, growing stronger with every act of violence. She held up the wooden box, its carvings seeming to writhe in the dim light. This box, she said, holds the key to restoring the balance. It contains a fragment of the ancient magic, a power that can heal the wounds of the world and banish the darkness. But the box was also a beacon, drawing the Fomorian to us like a moth to a flame. We were trapped, caught between the need to protect the box and the fear of the creature that hunted it. As the day wore on, the tension inside the cabin grew thicker. We waited, our ears straining for any sign of the Fomorian's return, our hearts pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. We were a fragile alliance, bound together by a common enemy and a desperate hope for survival. The cabin creaked and groaned as the wind picked up outside, whistling through the gaps in the boarded-up windows. The fire in the hearth crackled and spat, casting flickering shadows that danced across the faces of my companions. We sat in a tense circle, the silence punctuated only by the occasional rustle of Alara shifting her position, trying to find a comfortable way to rest her injured body. The waiting was the hardest part. Knowing the Fomorian lurked out there, somewhere in the vast darkness of the forest, its malevolence seeping into every corner of the campground. The fear was a living thing, a cold weight that settled in my stomach, making it hard to breathe. "Tell me about the beast," I said, breaking the silence. Ilara's earlier words echoed in my mind, filled with a mixture of awe and terror. The dancer, her eyes gleaming in the firelight, leaned forward. "The beast is a creature of primal power," she said, her voice low and husky. "It is the embodiment of the forest itself. Its fury is ancient and unpredictable as the land itself." Ball, his gaze fixed on the flames, added, "It is said that the beast is drawn to conflict, to the clash of powerful forces. It feeds on the energy of chaos, growing stronger with every battle." Ilara nodded. The Fomorian's attack, the destruction he wrought, it awakened the beast. It was drawn to the campground like a predator to the scent of blood. A shiver ran down my spine. The beast, a creature of such immense power, had been drawn to Whispering Pines. Was it an ally or just another threat in this already terrifying situation? But why did it leave? I asked. Why didn't it finish the Fomorian? The dancer shrugged. "The beast is not bound by our rules, our conflicts. It acts according to its own whims, its own ancient instincts. Perhaps it was merely toying with the Fomorian, or perhaps it has its own agenda." Bo's eyes narrowed. "Or perhaps," he said, his voice barely a whisper, "it is waiting for the right moment to strike." His words hung in the air, heavy with ominous meaning. The beast was out there, somewhere in the darkness, watching, waiting. And we were trapped in its domain, pawns in a game we didn't understand. As the hours crept by, the tension in the cabin grew palpable. We took turns keeping watch, our ears straining for any sound that might betray the Fomorian's return. But the only sounds were the wind howling outside and the crackling of the fire. Then, just as the first hint of dawn began to paint the horizon, a new sound reached our ears. A soft, almost imperceptible rustling, like something moving through the undergrowth. It was a sound that sent a wave of fear through me, a sound that spoke of shadows stirring, of something approaching. We held our breath, our eyes wide, our bodies tense. The rustling grew louder, closer, until it was right outside the cabin door. Then, silence. A knock echoed through the small space, a single, sharp rap that made us jump. We exchanged terrified glances, our hearts pounding in our chests. Who was out there? Was it the Fomorian, returned to finish what he had started? Or was it something else, something even more terrifying? The knock on the door echoed through the tense silence of the cabin, sending shivers down our spines. We exchanged anxious glances, each of us wondering who or what lurked on the other side. "Don't answer it," Bo whispered, his hand instinctively reaching for the ornate dagger at his belt. "It could be a trap." Ilara, her eyes narrowed, shook her head. "We can't ignore it. We need to know what we're dealing with." With a deep breath, I cautiously approached the door, my hand hovering over the latch. The knocking came again, more insistent this time. "Who is it?" I called out, my voice trembling slightly. A moment of silence stretched, thick with anticipation. Then, a voice, raspy and weak, answered. "Kate?" "It's Brian." Relief washed over me, so intense it almost brought me to my knees. Brian was alive. I fumbled with the latch, throwing open the door. Brian stood on the porch, his clothes torn and bloodied, his face pale and drawn. He looked like he had barely escaped with his life. "Brian!" I exclaimed, pulling him inside. "Thank goodness you're alive. What happened?" He collapsed onto a chair, his body trembling with exhaustion. "The Fomorian." He gasped, his voice barely a whisper. He attacked the cabin. The dogs, they tried to protect me, but..." He trailed off, unable to continue. Tears welled up in his eyes, and I knelt beside him, offering what comfort I could. "It's okay, Brian," I said softly. "You're safe now." He looked up at me, his eyes filled with a mixture of grief and gratitude. "The dogs," he choked out. "They're gone. He killed them all." A wave of sadness washed over me. Brian's dogs, his loyal companions, were gone. They had sacrificed themselves to protect him, to give us a chance. "I'm so sorry, Brian," I said, my voice thick with emotion. He nodded, wiping away his tears. "We need to stop him," he said, his voice regaining strength. "We need to protect Ilara and the box." Ilara stepped forward, her gaze meeting Brian's. "You know of the Fomorian?" she asked. Brian nodded. "I've seen him before," he said. "He's been lurking in the shadows for years, preying on those who wander too far from the safety of the campground." He looked at Ilara, his eyes filled with a newfound determination. "I will help you," he said. "I will help you defeat him." With Brian joining our ranks, a renewed sense of hope filled the cabin. We were no longer just a group of individuals thrown together by circumstance. We were a team, united against a common enemy. Ilara, drawing on her ancient knowledge, began to outline a plan. She spoke of the Fomorian's weaknesses, of the rituals that could weaken him, of the weapons that could harm him. The Fomorian is powerful, she said, but he is not invincible. We can defeat him, but we must work together. We listened intently, our minds absorbing her every word. A glimmer of hope emerged from the darkness, a chance to fight back, to protect our world from the encroaching shadows. Ilara's plan was audacious, bordering on suicidal. It involved venturing into the heart of the forest, to the Fomorian's lair, and confronting him on his own ground. The logic was sound, if terrifying. Strike at the weakened creature while we had the advantage, before he could recover his full strength and unleash his fury upon us again. The Fomorian draws his power from the darkness, Ilara explained, her voice firm despite the tremor in her hands. In his lair, he is at his strongest. But it is also where he is most vulnerable. She spoke of ancient rituals, of forgotten incantations, and of the power of the box she carried. It was a risky gambit, a desperate gamble against a formidable foe, but it was our only hope. Brian, his grief over the loss of his dogs fueling his determination, was the first to agree. "I'm in," he said, his voice raw with emotion. "I won't let him hurt anyone else." The dancer and Bo exchanged a hesitant glance. They were creatures of the shadows, more comfortable lurking in the periphery than confronting danger head-on. But they too saw the necessity of Ilara's plan. "We will stand with you," the dancer said, her voice filled with a newfound resolve. And so, as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the ravaged campground, we prepared for our journey into the heart of darkness. We gathered what weapons we could find, axes, knives, and even a rusty old shotgun I had stashed away for emergencies. Ilara clutched the wooden box tightly, its carvings seeming to pulse with a faint light. The forest loomed before us, a dark and menacing presence. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a reminder of the life that had been lost and the battle that lay ahead. We moved cautiously, our footsteps muffled by the soft earth, our eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. The deeper we ventured, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The trees seemed to close in around us, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, clawing at the fading light. Ilara led the way, her senses guiding us towards the Fomorian's lair. She moved with a grace that belied her injuries, her eyes fixed on the path ahead. As we approached the Fomorian's domain, the air grew colder, the silence more profound. A sense of dread settled over us, a heavy weight that pressed down on our chests. Then, we saw it. A clearing bathed in an unnatural darkness, the trees surrounding it twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching towards the sky like grasping claws. In the center of the clearing stood a towering figure, its form shrouded in shadow, its eyes glowing with a malevolent light. The Fomorian. We had found our enemy. The final battle was at hand. The clearing pulsed with an oppressive energy, a suffocating darkness that seemed to claw at our skin and chill us to the bone. The Fomorian stood before us, a monstrous silhouette against the dying light, its single eye burning with malevolent fire. Even wounded, its power was palpable, a terrifying force that threatened to consume us all. Ilara stepped forward, her small frame radiating an unexpected strength. She held the wooden box aloft, its carvings glowing with an ethereal light that pierced the oppressive darkness. She began to chant, her voice rising and falling in an ancient tongue, the words resonating with a power that seemed to shake the very foundations of the forest. The Fomorian roared, its voice a guttural sound that echoed through the trees, shaking the leaves from their branches. It lunged towards Alara, its claws outstretched, its single eye burning with hatred. But Brian was ready. He stepped in front of Alara, his axe raised high. With a cry of defiance, he swung, the blade catching the Fomorian's arm with a sickening thud. The creature howled in pain, its blood, black and viscous, splattering the forest floor. The dancer and Bo joined the fray, their movements a blur of motion as they darted around the Fomorian, striking at its vulnerable points. The creature roared in frustration, its attacks becoming wild and unpredictable. I stood back, my heart pounding in my chest, my hand shaking as I clutched the rusty shotgun. I had never fired a gun before, but I knew I had to do something, anything, to help my companions. With a deep breath, I raised the shotgun and aimed at the Fomorian. The creature turned its single eye towards me, its gaze filled with hatred and contempt. I squeezed the trigger, the blast echoing through the forest, the recoil jolting my shoulder. The Fomorian staggered back, its chest smoking where the buckshot had struck. It roared in fury, its attention now focused on me. I fumbled with the shotgun, trying to reload, but my hands were shaking too much. The Fomorian lunged, its claws reaching for me. But then, a blinding light erupted from the wooden box in Alara's hands. The clearing was filled with an intense radiance, forcing the Fomorian to shield its eye. Alara's chanting reached a crescendo, the ancient words resonating with a power that seemed to crack the very air. The Fomorian howled in agony, its form flickering and distorting. The shadows that clung to it writhed and recoiled, as if burned by the light. With a final, desperate roar, the Fomorian's form imploded, collapsing in on itself until it was nothing more than a pile of ash and shadow. The clearing was silent, the only sound the crackling of the fire and our own ragged breathing. We had won. The Fomorian was defeated. But the victory came at a cost. Brian lay on the ground, his chest heaving, his axe clattering to the ground. He had been gravely wounded protecting Alara. We rushed to his side, our hearts filled with fear and sorrow. Alara knelt beside him, her hands glowing with a soft light as she channeled the ancient magic to heal his wounds. As the light faded, Brian's breathing steadied, his eyes fluttered open. He looked at us, a weak smile spreading across his face. "We did it," he whispered. "We defeated him." Relief washed over us, a wave of emotion that brought tears to our eyes. We had faced the darkness and emerged victorious. The campground was safe, for now. But as we stood there, amidst the remnants of the battle, a sense of unease lingered. The forest was still, the silence heavy with a sense of anticipation. The shadows seemed to whisper, hinting at ancient powers and unseen forces that still lurked in the depths of the woods. We had won this battle, but the war was far from over. The echoes of the ancient ones still resonated through the trees, a reminder that the forces of darkness were never truly defeated, only dormant, waiting for the opportune moment to rise again. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple as Ranger Jim Peterson began his nightly patrol. The crisp autumn air carried the scent of pine needles and damp earth, a familiar comfort to the veteran ranger. For over 2 decades, Jim had been the guardian of Redwood National Park, his weathered face a testament to countless days spent under the towering giants. He knew every trail, every creek, every rustle of leaves in this vast wilderness. Tonight, however, something felt different. A prickling sensation danced on his skin, an unsettling awareness that he was not alone. The usual symphony of crickets and owls seemed muted, replaced by an eerie silence that pressed in on him. As he rounded a bend in the trail, a flicker of movement caught his eye. It was a fleeting shadow, darting between the trees, too quick to be a deer, too large to be a fox. Jim's pulse quickened. He reached for his flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the dense undergrowth. Nothing. He chalked it up to an overactive imagination, a side effect of too many solitary nights in the wilderness. Yet, as he continued his patrol, a whisper of unease lingered in the back of his mind, a sense of being watched, of being hunted. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves into a frenzy, and with it came a sound that sent chills down Jim's spine. It was a low guttural growl, emanating from the depths of the forest, a sound that spoke of something ancient and predatory. Jim's hand tightened around his flashlight, his heart pounding in his chest. He was no stranger to the dangers of the wild, but this was something different, something that defied logic and reason. As the growl echoed through the trees, Jim knew that his peaceful solitude had been shattered. Something lurked in the shadows, something that was not meant to be seen, something that whispered of nightmares and death. The growl that echoed through the ancient redwoods sent shivers down Ranger Jim Peterson's spine. It was a sound that defied any known predator, a guttural moan that seemed to vibrate the very air around him. Gripping his flashlight with sweaty palms, Jim cautiously ventured deeper into the dense undergrowth, his senses on high alert. The forest, once a familiar sanctuary, now held an air of menace, the shadows deepening with every step he took. As he pushed aside a curtain of ferns, a clearing emerged, bathed in the pale moonlight. And there, in the center, stood a figure that made his blood run cold. It was tall and gaunt, impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed to extend beyond natural proportions. Its skin was a sickly pale white, almost translucent, stretched taut over an emaciated frame. But the most disturbing feature was its face, or rather, the lack thereof. Where a head should have been, there was only a smooth, blank surface, devoid of any features, any semblance of humanity. Jim's breath hitched in his throat. He had encountered bears, mountain lions, even the occasional poacher, but nothing prepared him for this. This was something out of a nightmare, a creature that defied logic and reason. Fear threatened to consume him, but years of training kicked in, urging him to document this anomaly. He fumbled for his camera, his hands shaking as he raised it to his eye. The creature remained motionless, its blank face directed towards him, as if aware of his presence. Jim snapped a few pictures, the click of the shutter echoing in the eerie silence. As the flash illuminated the creature, he noticed something even more unsettling, its eyes. They were not human eyes, but something cold and reptilian, black as pitch and devoid of any emotion. Suddenly, the creature moved. It turned its head, its eyeless gaze sweeping across the forest, before settling back on Jim. A wave of terror washed over him, his instinct screaming at him to flee. He lowered the camera, his heart pounding in his chest. The creature took a step towards him, its long limbs moving with an unnatural grace. Jim didn't hesitate. He turned and ran, crashing through the undergrowth, the creature's guttural growl echoing behind him. He didn't stop until he reached his truck, his lungs burning, his mind reeling from what he had just witnessed. As he drove away, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had stumbled upon something ancient and malevolent, something that was not meant to be seen by human eyes. The image of the faceless creature haunted Ranger Jim Peterson's every waking moment. The blank, smooth surface where a face should have been, the unnervingly long limbs, the cold, reptilian eyes. It was a sight that defied logic and reason, a nightmare brought to life. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had stumbled upon something ancient and malevolent, something that was not meant to be seen by human eyes. He tried to report the incident to his superiors, but the words caught in his throat. How could he explain what he had seen without sounding like a madman? The park rangers were a practical bunch, men and women of science and reason. They wouldn't understand, wouldn't believe him. He could already picture their skeptical looks, their dismissive shrugs. So, Jim kept his silence, the encounter a dark secret buried deep within him. But the fear remained, a constant companion that gnawed at his peace of mind. He found himself constantly looking over his shoulder, scanning the shadows for any sign of the creature. The forest, once a source of solace and tranquility, now held an air of menace, the rustling leaves whispering tales of unseen horrors. He began to research local legends and folklore, scouring old books and dusty archives for any mention of similar creatures. He found stories of skinwalkers, shape-shifting creatures of Native American lore, and wendigos, malevolent spirits that haunted the northern forests. But none of them quite matched the creature he had encountered. One evening, while browsing the internet, he stumbled upon a website dedicated to cryptids, creatures that were unknown to science. There, among the grainy photos and eyewitness accounts, he found a description that sent chills down his spine. It was a creature called the Faceless Watcher, a tall, gaunt figure with smooth, white skin and no facial features. It was said to haunt the forests of the Pacific Northwest, preying on unsuspecting hikers and campers. Jim's heart pounded in his chest. Could this be what he had seen? Was it possible that the creature was real, a cryptid that had eluded scientific discovery? The thought both terrified and intrigued him. He had always been a man of science, but now he was questioning everything he thought he knew. He delved deeper into the website, reading every account, every theory, every speculation. He learned that the Faceless Watcher was said to be a creature of pure evil, a predator that fed on fear and despair. It was said to be able to disappear at will, to blend into the shadows, to stalk its prey unseen. Jim's fear grew with each passing day. He knew that he couldn't keep this to himself any longer. He had to tell someone, had to warn people about the danger lurking in the woods. But who would believe him? Who would listen? Days turned into weeks, and the weight of Jim's secret grew heavier with each passing night. The encounter with the Faceless Watcher had left an indelible mark on his psyche, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the seemingly tranquil Redwood National Park. The once familiar trails now seemed fraught with unseen dangers, the whispering trees echoing with the creature's silent presence. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Jim received a distress call from a group of campers near the secluded Fern Creek campground. They reported hearing strange noises and seeing unusual activity around their campsite. A knot of apprehension tightened in Jim's stomach. He couldn't ignore the call, but a sense of foreboding washed over him as he drove towards the campground. The night was unusually still, the air thick with a palpable tension. As Jim approached the campground, he noticed an unnatural silence. The usual sounds of laughter and chatter were absent, replaced by an eerie quiet that sent chills down his spine. He parked his truck and approached the campsite on foot, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The scene that unfolded before him made his blood run cold. The campsite was in disarray, tents ripped apart, belongings scattered across the ground. A campfire flickered weakly, casting an eerie glow on the surrounding trees. And then he saw them, the campers, huddled together in terror, their faces pale and drawn. One of the campers, a young woman with wide, terrified eyes, rushed towards Jim, her voice trembling. "There's something out there," she whispered, pointing towards the dark woods. "Something, not human." Jim's heart pounded in his chest. He knew what she meant. He had seen it too, the faceless watcher, the creature that haunted his nightmares. It was here, preying on the innocent campers. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the night, followed by another and another. Jim's flashlight beam danced frantically through the trees, searching for the source of the screams. He caught a glimpse of movement, a fleeting shadow darting between the trees, too quick to be human. The screams grew louder, closer. Jim raised his rifle, his finger tightening on the trigger. He had to do something, had to protect the campers. But fear gnawed at his resolve. This was no ordinary predator. This was something beyond his comprehension, something that defied logic and reason. As the screams reached a fever pitch, Jim saw it. The faceless watcher emerged from the shadows, its tall, gaunt figure silhouetted against the moonlit sky. Its blank, white face was turned towards the campers, its eyeless gaze fixed on its prey. Jim's breath hitched in his throat. He had to act fast. He raised his rifle and fired, the shot echoing through the silent forest. The creature flinched, but didn't fall. It turned its head towards Jim, its blank face contorted in a grotesque mockery of a snarl. Jim fired again and again, but the creature seemed impervious to the bullets. It lunged towards him, its long limbs reaching out like claws. Jim stumbled backward, his heart pounding in his chest. He was no match for this creature, this monster from his nightmares. The faceless watcher lunged, its impossibly long arms reaching for Jim like the grasping claws of some monstrous spider. Jim stumbled backward, his foot catching on a gnarled tree root, sending him sprawling to the ground. The creature loomed over him, its blank, white face inches from his own. Jim could feel its hot, fetid breath on his skin, the stench of decay and death filling his nostrils. He thrashed wildly, his hands searching for his rifle, but it was too late. The creature's long fingers wrapped around his throat, cutting off his air supply. Jim's vision blurred, his lungs burning for oxygen. He clawed at the creature's hands, but his efforts were futile. The creature's grip was like iron, unbreakable. As darkness closed in around him, Jim caught a glimpse of the terrified campers huddled together, their faces illuminated by the flickering campfire. He wanted to scream, to warn them, but no sound escaped his constricted throat. He could only watch helplessly as the creature dragged him away from the campsite, deeper into the dark embrace of the forest. The creature moved with an unnatural speed, its long limbs carrying it effortlessly through the dense undergrowth. Jim's body bounced and scraped against the rough terrain, his consciousness fading in and out. He could feel the creature's grip tightening around his throat, crushing his windpipe. He was dimly aware of being dragged into a cave, a damp, musty cavern filled with the stench of death. The creature dropped him onto the cold, hard floor, his body landing with a sickening thud. Jim gasped for air, his lungs burning, his vision swimming. He looked around the cave, his eyes struggling to adjust to the dim light. The walls were covered in strange symbols and markings, etched into the rock with what appeared to be blood. The floor was littered with bones, the skeletal remains of animals and humans alike. Jim's stomach churned. This was the creature's lair, a place of death and despair. He was trapped, a helpless prey in the clutches of a monster. The faceless watcher loomed over him, its blank face contorted in a grotesque mockery of a smile. It reached down and grabbed Jim by the hair, yanking his head back. Jim cried out in pain, his eyes meeting the creature's cold, reptilian gaze. The creature opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. Jim's heart pounded in his chest. This was it, the end. He closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable. But the bite never came. Instead, Jim heard a sound that made his blood run cold. It was a low, guttural growl, coming from the depths of the cave. The faceless watcher turned its head, its eyeless gaze fixed on the darkness. Jim's eyes widened in horror. There was something else in the cave, something even more terrifying than the faceless watcher. Frozen in terror, Jim watched as the faceless watcher turned towards the source of the growl, its blank face contorted in a mixture of fear and anticipation. The growl deepened, reverberating through the cavern, sending shivers down Jim's spine. He strained his eyes, trying to pierce the darkness that shrouded the depths of the cave. Suddenly, a pair of eyes ignited in the blackness, glowing with an eerie, malevolent light. They were not the cold, reptilian eyes of the faceless watcher, but something more primal, more ancient. A low, guttural snarl echoed through the cave, and a massive shape emerged from the shadows. It was a creature unlike anything Jim had ever seen before. It was larger than the faceless watcher, more muscular, its body covered in thick, matted fur. Its head was wolf-like, with sharp fangs and glowing eyes. But what truly terrified Jim was its aura of raw power, of untamed savagery. The two creatures stood facing each other, their growls and snarls filling the cavern. The air crackled with tension, the palpable fear and aggression radiating from both beings. Jim, still gasping for breath, felt like a mere spectator in a clash of titans, a pawn in a game he didn't understand. The wolf-like creature lunged, its jaws snapping shut just inches from the faceless watcher's head. The faceless watcher recoiled, its long limbs flailing wildly. The two creatures grappled, their bodies twisting and turning in a blur of fur and claws. Jim watched in horror as the wolf-like creature tore into the faceless watcher, its fangs sinking into its pale flesh. The faceless watcher shrieked, a high-pitched, ear-splitting sound that echoed through the cavern. It tried to fight back, but the wolf-like creature was too strong, too ferocious. The battle was short and brutal. The wolf-like creature overpowered the faceless watcher, its jaws clamping down on its throat. The faceless watcher's struggles grew weaker, its shrieks fading into gurgles. Finally, with a sickening crunch, the wolf-like creature snapped its neck. The faceless watcher's body went limp, its blank face staring up at the cavern ceiling. The wolf-like creature stood over its fallen foe, its chest heaving, its fur matted with blood. It let out a triumphant howl, a sound that echoed through the cave and out into the night. Jim, still trembling with fear, watched as the wolf-like creature turned its glowing eyes towards him. He braced himself for the attack, but the creature simply stared at him for a moment, its gaze filled with an ancient wisdom that Jim couldn't comprehend. Then, with a final snarl, it turned and disappeared into the darkness, leaving Jim alone in the silent cave. He lay there for a long time, his mind reeling from what he had just witnessed. He had stumbled upon a world beyond his understanding, a world of ancient creatures and primal forces. He had seen the faceless watcher, the creature that had haunted his nightmares, but he had also seen something else, something even more powerful, something that had saved his life. As he slowly got to his feet, his body aching and bruised, he knew that his life would never be the same. He had glimpsed the true nature of the wilderness, the darkness that lurked beneath its beauty. And he knew that he would never be able to look at the forest in the same way again. The chilling encounter in the cave left Jim reeling, his mind a whirlwind of fear and confusion. He stumbled out of the cavern, the pale moonlight casting long, eerie shadows across the forest floor. The once familiar wilderness now seemed alien and menacing, every rustle of leaves and snap of a twig sending shivers down his spine. He made his way back to the campsite, his legs shaky, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The campers were still huddled together, their faces pale and drawn. They looked up at Jim with a mixture of relief and apprehension, their eyes wide with questions he couldn't answer. He tried to explain what he had seen, but the words caught in his throat. How could he describe the faceless watcher, the wolf-like creature, the brutal battle in the cave? It all sounded like the ravings of a madman, a tale spun from the darkest corners of his imagination. He settled for a vague explanation, telling them that he had encountered a dangerous animal and that they needed to leave the campground immediately. The campers, eager to escape the scene of their terror, readily agreed. They packed up their belongings and followed Jim back to his truck, their eyes darting nervously into the shadows as they walked. As they drove away from the campground, Jim couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. He glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the faceless watcher or the wolf-like creature emerge from the trees. But there was nothing there, only the dark, silent forest. Back at the ranger station, Jim tried to piece together what he had seen. He researched Native American folklore, delving into legends of skinwalkers, shape-shifting creatures that roamed the wilderness. He learned that skinwalkers were often associated with wolves, and that they were said to be powerful and malevolent beings. Could the wolf-like creature he had seen in the cave be a skinwalker? The thought sent chills down his spine. He had always dismissed such stories as mere superstition, but now he wasn't so sure. He contacted a local Native American tribe, hoping to learn more about skinwalkers. He spoke to an elder who told him that skinwalkers were real and that they were to be feared. They were said to be able to take on the form of any animal, and they were often associated with death and darkness. The elder warned Jim to be careful. Skinwalkers were not to be trifled with. They were powerful creatures, and they could be very dangerous. Jim thanked the elder for his warning and hung up the phone. He sat there for a long time, his mind racing. He had stumbled upon a world he never knew existed, a world of ancient creatures and dark forces. He was no longer just a park ranger, he was a witness to the supernatural, a guardian against the forces of darkness. The unsettling conversation with the tribal elder left a deep unease in Jim's gut. The skinwalker legend, once a mere campfire story, now held a chilling reality. He couldn't shake the feeling that the wolf-like creature he'd encountered was more than just a predator. It was something ancient, something malevolent, something that held a grudge against humanity. He spent his days poring over ancient texts and obscure websites, seeking any information that could shed light on the skinwalker phenomenon. He learned about their shape-shifting abilities, their connection to witchcraft, and their insatiable hunger for human flesh. The more he learned, the more convinced he became that he was facing a threat far greater than he had initially imagined. The once peaceful Redwood National Park now felt like a battleground, a place where the natural and supernatural collided. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden danger, every whisper of wind carrying the threat of the skinwalker's return. Jim's sleep was plagued by nightmares, visions of the creature's glowing eyes and snarling jaws. He felt a growing sense of responsibility, a duty to protect the park and its visitors from the lurking danger. He knew he couldn't rely on the authorities, who would likely dismiss his concerns as the ramblings of a delusional man. He had to take matters into his own hands. Jim began to prepare. He stocked up on ammunition, sharpened his hunting knife, and reinforced his cabin with extra security measures. He spent his nights patrolling the park, his senses on high alert, his rifle at the ready. He was no longer just a park ranger, he was a hunter, a protector, a warrior against the forces of darkness. He set traps along the trails, hoping to capture the skinwalker or at least track its movements. He studied the creature's habits, learning its preferred hunting grounds and its patterns of behavior. He was determined to understand his enemy, to anticipate its every move. The hunt consumed him, becoming an obsession that drove out all other thoughts. He neglected his duties, ignoring calls from his superiors and neglecting his paperwork. His colleagues noticed the change in him, the haunted look in his eyes, the constant tension in his shoulders. They whispered about him behind his back, wondering if the solitude of the wilderness had finally taken its toll on his sanity. Jim didn't care. He had a mission to fulfill, a duty to protect the innocent. He would not rest until the skinwalker was eliminated, until the park was safe once again. He was the guardian of Redwood National Park, and he would not fail in his duty. Jim's relentless pursuit of the skinwalker began to take its toll. Sleep became a luxury he could no longer afford, his nights consumed by patrols and research, his days a blur of caffeine-fueled vigilance. The lines between reality and nightmare blurred, the whispers of the wind morphing into the creature's guttural growls, the shadows in the forest contorting into its haunting form. His obsession alienated him from his colleagues, who watched with growing concern as he spiraled deeper into his self-imposed isolation. They tried to intervene, offering words of caution and support, but Jim brushed them aside, his mind fixated on the hunt. He saw danger lurking in every corner, conspiracy in every casual conversation. Trust became a foreign concept, replaced by suspicion and paranoia. The wilderness, once his sanctuary, now echoed with the phantom sounds of the skinwalker. Every creak of a branch, every rustle of leaves, sent his heart racing, his hand instinctively reaching for his rifle. He saw the creature's glowing eyes in the darkness, felt its presence lurking just beyond the reach of his flashlight beam. His cabin, once a cozy retreat, transformed into a fortified bunker. He boarded up the windows, reinforced the doors, and set traps around the perimeter. He slept with his rifle by his side, his senses on high alert, every sound a potential threat. The hunt consumed his every waking moment, driving out all other thoughts and emotions. He neglected his personal hygiene, his once tidy cabin descending into a chaotic mess of research materials, empty food containers, and discarded ammunition. His reflection in the mirror became a stranger, his eyes wild and bloodshot, his face gaunt and unshaven. He started seeing the skinwalker everywhere, its shape shifting in the flickering shadows, its eyes peering from behind the trees. He heard its whispers in the wind, its taunting laughter echoing through the canyons. The creature had infiltrated his mind, poisoning his thoughts, driving him slowly insane. One night, while patrolling the forest, Jim stumbled upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood a figure, tall and gaunt, its form shrouded in shadow. Jim's heart pounded in his chest, his finger tightening on the trigger of his rifle. "I've been waiting for you," a voice rasped, the sound chillingly familiar. Jim raised his rifle, his voice trembling. "Show yourself." The figure stepped forward, the moonlight revealing its face, or rather, the lack thereof. It was the faceless watcher, its blank, white visage contorted in a grotesque mockery of a smile. Jim fired, the shot echoing through the silent forest. But the creature didn't flinch. It simply stood there, its eyeless gaze fixed on Jim, a silent predator savoring its prey's descent into madness. Jim fired again and again, emptying his clip into the creature. But the bullets seemed to pass right through it, leaving no mark. The faceless watcher remained unfazed, its smile widening, its presence growing stronger. Jim's mind snapped. He screamed, a primal cry of fear and frustration, and charged at the creature, his rifle clutched in his hands like a club. The faceless watcher simply stood there, its arms outstretched, welcoming him into its embrace. As Jim lunged, the creature's form shimmered and dissolved, vanishing into the shadows. Jim stumbled forward, his momentum carrying him into the empty clearing. He collapsed to his knees, his body racked with sobs, his mind shattered beyond repair. The hunt had consumed him, driven him to the brink of insanity. He was no longer a protector, but a victim, a pawn in the skinwalker's twisted game. News of Ranger Jim Peterson's breakdown spread through the ranks like wildfire. Whispers of his erratic behavior, his obsessive hunt for the mythical skinwalker, and his final, crazed confrontation with the faceless watcher reached the ears of his superiors. A rescue team was dispatched to his cabin, finding him huddled in a corner, mumbling incoherently, his eyes wide with terror. He was deemed unfit for duty and placed on indefinite leave. His cabin was emptied, his belongings packed away, his presence erased from the Redwood National Park. He was a ghost, a whisper in the wind, a cautionary tale whispered among the rangers around campfires. Jim spent his days confined to a sterile room in a psychiatric facility, the walls closing in on him, the silence punctuated by the screams of his fellow patients. He was haunted by fragmented memories of the skinwalker, the faceless watcher, the grotesque dance of death he had witnessed in the cave. Medication dulled the edges of his fear, but it couldn't erase the images burned into his mind. He saw the creature's glowing eyes in the faces of the nurses, heard its whispers in the hum of the fluorescent lights. The skinwalker had followed him, its presence a constant reminder of his shattered sanity. He tried to tell his doctors about the creature, about the danger lurking in the Redwood National Park, but his words were met with pitying smiles and condescending nods. He was a madman, a victim of his own delusions, a tragic casualty of the wilderness he had sworn to protect. But Jim knew the truth. He had seen the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the world, the ancient evil that preyed on the unsuspecting. He had been a witness, a victim, a survivor. And he knew that the skinwalker was still out there, waiting, watching, hunting. One night, as a storm raged outside, Jim slipped out of the facility. He stole a car and drove towards the Redwood National Park, drawn by an irresistible force, a desperate need to confront the creature that had destroyed his life. He arrived at the park gates, the familiar sign of beacon in the darkness. He crashed through the barrier, the twisted metal a testament to his determination. He drove deep into the forest, the rain lashing against the windshield, the thunder echoing his own turmoil. He stopped at the trailhead leading to the cave, the site of his first encounter with the skinwalker. He stepped out of the car, the rain soaking his clothes, the wind whipping his hair. He took a deep breath, the scent of pine and damp earth filling his lungs. He began to walk, his footsteps heavy, his purpose clear. He would find the skinwalker, confront it, end this torment once and for all. He was no longer a park ranger, a protector, a hunter. He was a man possessed, driven by a single-minded obsession. He reached the cave, the entrance gaping like a maw in the darkness. He stepped inside, the familiar stench of decay and death assaulting his nostrils. He moved deeper into the cavern, his flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. And then he saw it. The skinwalker stood at the end of the cave, its form silhouetted against a faint light filtering through a crack in the ceiling. It turned its head, its glowing eyes fixing on Jim. A low growl rumbled through the cavern, a sound of primal power and ancient malice. Jim raised his hand, a rusty hunting knife clutched in his grip. "I'm here," he rasped, his voice hoarse and broken. The skinwalker smiled, a chilling expression that stretched across its wolf-like face. It lunged, its claws outstretched, its jaws open in a silent snarl. Jim charged, the knife raised high, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and defiance. He would not go down without a fight. He would not be another victim. The cave echoed with the sounds of struggle, the clash of metal against flesh, the snarls and screams of man and beast. The darkness swallowed them whole, the final battle waged in the heart of the wilderness, a desperate struggle for survival, a final act of defiance against the forces of darkness. The Redwood National Park remained silent, the storm passing, the sun rising on a new day. The skinwalker legend lived on, a whisper in the wind, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the world. And Ranger Jim Peterson, the once dedicated guardian of the park, became another victim claimed by the wilderness, his story lost to the shadows, his fate a mystery whispered among the trees. The crisp October air whipped through my hair as I slammed the car door, the sound echoing through the near-empty parking lot at the edge of Pisgah National Forest. "I ain't scared of nothing," I yelled to my brother, Alex, my voice laced with a confidence I didn't entirely feel. He just stood there, arms crossed, with that annoyingly knowing smirk plastered across his face. "Famous last words, Mark," Alex chuckled, holding out my forgotten jacket. "You sure you don't want to grab a flashlight? Some bear spray? Maybe a book on surviving in the wilderness?" I rolled my eyes, snatching the jacket from his grasp. "Dude, relax. It's just a couple of nights in the woods. What's the worst that could happen?" "Oh, I don't know," he drawled, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Maybe you'll stumble upon a family of Bigfoot, or get chased by the ghost of some mountain man, or maybe—" He paused for dramatic effect. "You'll realize that being alone in the vast wilderness is a recipe for a healthy dose of existential dread." "Whatever, man," I scoffed, already sliding into the driver's seat. "I need this. Need to get away from it all, clear my head." Truth was, Alex wasn't entirely wrong. The past few months had been rough. A messy breakup, a dead-end job, and a general feeling of being lost had left me feeling like a ship adrift at sea. Solo camping, a friend had suggested, was just the thing to reconnect with myself and find some inner peace. "Just be careful, Mark," Alex said, his voice softening. "And for God's sake, if you hear anything weird, stay in your tent." Yeah, I mumbled, starting the engine. With a final wave to my brother, I pulled out of the lot and headed deeper into the forest, the setting sun casting long, eerie shadows across the winding road. The further I drove, the denser the trees became, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers, clawing at the fading light. A shiver ran down my spine, and for the first time, a flicker of doubt ignited in my mind. Maybe Alex was right. Maybe I should have listened. But it was too late now. I was committed. I pressed down on the gas pedal, the engine roaring in defiance against the growing darkness, and ventured further into the unknown. The GPS signal flickered and died as I descended deeper into Pisgah National Forest, leaving me with only the faded map Alex had shoved into my glove compartment and the dwindling twilight to guide me. The paved road soon gave way to a bumpy dirt track, the Jeep Wrangler groaning in protest with every pothole and rut. I hadn't realized how quickly night fell in the mountains. The towering trees, a mix of pines and hardwoods, formed a dense canopy overhead, swallowing what little remained of the daylight. My intended destination was a secluded campsite miles from any maintained trail, a place recommended by a fellow hiker who swore it offered unparalleled solitude. But with the sun sinking below the horizon and my anxiety rising, I decided to settle for the first established campground I could find. Luckily, it wasn't much further. A small wooden sign, barely visible in the gathering gloom, pointed towards a clearing. Black Bear Campground, it read, the lettering chipped and faded. I pulled into the lot, relieved to see the warm glow of campfires and the reassuring silhouettes of tents. The campground was surprisingly lively for a late October evening. A few families were gathered around crackling fires, their laughter and chatter echoing through the crisp air. Children, bundled in puffy jackets, chased each other with flashlights, their excited squeals piercing the quietude of the forest. I parked near a vacant spot, grabbed my gear, and set up camp in the remaining patch of daylight. As darkness enveloped the campground, the atmosphere shifted. The playful shouts of children faded, replaced by the murmur of adult conversations and the crackling of burning wood. The smell of roasted marshmallows and hot dogs filled the air, mingling with the earthy scent of pine needles and damp leaves. A friendly family in the neighboring campsite, noticing I was alone, invited me to join them for dinner. I gratefully accepted, sharing stories and laughter with them as we huddled around the fire. Their warmth and camaraderie offered a comforting sense of normalcy, temporarily easing my growing apprehension about the days ahead. As the last embers of the campfire died down, I retreated to my tent, feeling a sense of both exhaustion and anticipation. The night sounds of the forest, the rustling leaves, the hooting owls, the distant howls that had seemed so ominous earlier now felt almost soothing. I drifted off to sleep, lulled by the comforting rhythm of the wilderness, unaware of the horrors that awaited me in the days to come. Dawn broke, casting a pale light through the gaps in my tent. The sounds of the forest had softened, the nocturnal creatures replaced by the chirping of birds and the rustling of squirrels. I emerged from my tent, stiff and slightly disoriented, but eager to begin my solo adventure. After a quick breakfast of instant coffee and granola bars, I packed up my gear and consulted the weathered map. My chosen campsite, marked with a small X in faded ink, was deep within the Pisgah National Forest, miles from any established trail. The prospect of navigating through the dense wilderness alone, armed with only a compass and a map, filled me with a mix of excitement and trepidation. I set off, following a narrow, overgrown path that snaked its way through the towering trees. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, and the only sounds were the crunching of my boots on the forest floor and the occasional bird call. The solitude was both exhilarating and unnerving. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the forest grew warmer and more humid. The trail became fainter, disappearing altogether in some places, forcing me to rely on my compass and map to maintain my bearings. The terrain grew steeper, and I found myself scrambling over rocks and fallen logs, my pack growing heavier with each step. Despite my initial confidence, I soon realized that navigating through the dense wilderness was far more challenging than I had anticipated. The trees all looked the same, and the thick undergrowth obscured any landmarks. I began to doubt my sense of direction, constantly checking my compass and map, but feeling increasingly unsure of my position. Panic started to creep in as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows that stretched across the forest floor. I had been hiking for hours, but the X on my map seemed no closer. The realization that I was lost, truly lost, in the vast wilderness sent a wave of fear through me. With the light fading fast, I knew I needed to find shelter for the night. I stumbled upon a small clearing, barely large enough to pitch my tent. Exhausted and disheartened, I set up camp, my hands shaking as I fumbled with the tent poles. As darkness enveloped the forest, I crawled into my tent, the fear of the unknown gnawing at my insides. The sounds of the forest, once a source of fascination, now seemed menacing and filled with unseen dangers. I lay awake for hours, listening to every rustle and snap, my mind conjuring images of wild animals and shadowy figures lurking just beyond the thin nylon walls of my tent. The solitude that had seemed so appealing now felt like a suffocating weight, pressing down on me with the full force of the vast, indifferent wilderness. Darkness fell with a swiftness that startled me. One moment the forest was bathed in the fading golden light of dusk, and the next, it was swallowed by an impenetrable blackness. The towering trees, now reduced to menacing silhouettes against the twilight sky, seemed to close in, their branches whispering secrets in the rising wind. I huddled inside my tent, the thin nylon walls offering little comfort against the encroaching darkness and the growing sense of dread that coiled in my stomach. The silence was absolute, broken only by the occasional crackle of the dying embers in my makeshift fire pit and the frantic pounding of my own heart. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of fear through me. My imagination, fueled by countless campfire stories and horror movies, conjured images of unseen creatures lurking just beyond the circle of firelight. I strained my ears, trying to identify each sound, my senses on high alert. Was that a footstep? A soft, deliberate crunch on the dry leaves just outside my tent? I held my breath, listening intently. The sound came again, closer this time, followed by a slow, methodical circling of my tent. Something was out there, something that moved with a purpose I couldn't comprehend. My hand instinctively reached for the hunting knife I had packed, my knuckles white against the cold steel. I felt a surge of adrenaline, a primal instinct to fight or flee. But flee to where? I was alone, miles from civilization, trapped in a darkness that seemed to pulse with unseen dangers. The circling continued, the footsteps slow and deliberate, as if the creature was savoring my fear. I imagined its glowing eyes peering through the tent fabric, its hot breath ruffling the nylon. My heart hammered against my ribs, threatening to burst out of my chest. Then, as suddenly as it began, the circling stopped. The silence returned, heavier and more oppressive than before. I remained frozen, knife clutched tightly in my hand, every muscle tensed, waiting for the next sign of the unseen predator. Hours passed, each one an eternity. The fire died down to glowing embers, casting flickering shadows that danced across the tent walls. I remained vigilant, my fear a constant companion. Exhaustion eventually crept in, but sleep was impossible. I was trapped in a waking nightmare, the forest a menacing entity that held me captive in its grip. As the first hint of dawn painted the horizon, I finally allowed myself to relax, the tension slowly draining from my body. The sounds of the forest seemed less menacing now, the chirping of birds replacing the imagined footsteps. But the fear remained, a lingering unease that settled deep within my bones. I emerged from the tent, blinking in the pale light, my body stiff and aching. The forest looked different now, less menacing, but the events of the night had left an indelible mark on my psyche. I knew then that I would never truly feel alone in the wilderness again, that the darkness held secrets that were better left undisturbed. I awoke to a disconcerting silence. The usual symphony of birdsong that accompanied sunrise was absent, replaced by an unnerving stillness that hung heavy in the air. A strange, reddish light filtered through the tent fabric, casting an eerie glow on the interior. Disoriented and groggy, I unzipped the tent flap and peered out. The world was bathed in a crimson light, as if the sun had risen as a blood moon. The trees, usually vibrant with shades of green and brown, were now painted in shades of crimson and rust. A sense of profound wrongness washed over me, prickling my skin with goosebumps. I cautiously stepped out of the tent, my senses on high alert. The forest floor, usually damp with morning dew, was dry and dusty. There were no animal tracks, no signs of disturbance, just an unsettling emptiness that stretched as far as I could see. The red glow seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed in the unnatural light. I felt a growing sense of unease, a primal fear that whispered of ancient, forgotten things stirring in the depths of the forest. Despite my mounting anxiety, I forced myself to investigate. I circled the campsite, scanning the ground for any clue as to the source of the red light and the unnatural silence. But there was nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no sign of any disturbance. It was as if the forest itself had been holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The silence was finally broken by a distant sound, carried on the faint breeze. It was a voice, a woman's voice, filled with panic and desperation. "Help me! Please, someone, help me!" The voice was faint, barely audible, but it sent a surge of adrenaline through me. My initial fear was replaced by a sense of urgency, a need to help whoever was in distress. I grabbed my backpack, stuffing my gear inside haphazardly, and set off in the direction of the voice. As I pushed through the undergrowth, the voice grew louder, more desperate. I scrambled over fallen logs and ducked under low-hanging branches, my eyes scanning the dense foliage for any sign of a woman. "Where are you?" I shouted, my voice echoing through the silent forest. "I'm coming. Hold on." But the only response was the woman's increasingly frantic cries for help, interspersed with chilling, almost manic laughter. The laughter sent a shiver down my spine, a cold dread that seeped into my bones. I pressed on, driven by a mix of adrenaline and a growing sense of foreboding. The forest seemed to close in around me, the red glow intensifying, casting an oppressive weight on my shoulders. The voice led me deeper and deeper into the woods, away from the trail, away from any sense of familiarity. I felt a growing sense of unease, a feeling that I was being lured into a trap, a place where the rules of reality no longer applied. And then, as suddenly as it had started, the voice stopped. The laughter ceased, leaving only the oppressive silence and the blood-red glow of the forest. I stood there, heart pounding, my breath catching in my throat, a sense of dread washing over me like a tidal wave. I was alone, lost in a crimson-tinted nightmare, with the chilling realization that something wicked was watching me, waiting for me to make the next move. The abrupt silence was more terrifying than any scream. The red glow seemed to pulsate around me, the air thick with a sense of malevolence. I stood frozen, every instinct screaming at me to turn back, to flee this cursed place. But something held me rooted to the spot, a morbid curiosity that battled with my primal fear. Then, I heard it. A soft, wet thud, followed by another and another. It sounded like something heavy being dragged across the forest floor. The sound was coming from my campsite. My heart hammered in my chest as I slowly backtracked, each step filled with dread. The red glow seemed to intensify, casting grotesque shadows that danced and writhed around me. The air grew colder, the silence more profound. As I approached the clearing, I saw it. My tent, once a beacon of familiarity in this alien landscape, was now a scene of horror. The tent flap was open, revealing a figure sitting inside. But it wasn't just any figure. It was me. My doppelganger sat cross-legged, its back to me. It was an exact replica, down to the worn hiking boots and the faded flannel shirt I was wearing. But something was terribly wrong. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and its hair hung in limp, greasy strands. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I stumbled back, my hand instinctively reaching for the knife at my belt. The figure remained motionless, as if unaware of my presence. Then, it slowly turned its head. Its face was a grotesque mockery of my own, the features twisted into a horrifying grin. Its eyes, once a familiar shade of green, were now pitch black, devoid of any light or life. A single drop of blood trickled from each corner of its mouth, staining its pale skin. I gasped, my voice caught in my throat. The sight of my own twisted image, sitting in my tent, filled me with a horror I had never known. It was a violation, a mockery of my very existence. The doppelganger rose to its feet, its movements jerky and unnatural. It stepped out of the tent, its black eyes fixed on me, the horrifying grin widening. A low, guttural chuckle escaped its lips, a sound that seemed to claw at the very fabric of my sanity. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. My body was paralyzed with fear, my mind reeling from the sheer horror of what I was witnessing. The doppelganger took a step towards me, its arms outstretched, its fingers twitching like the legs of a dying spider. The red glow pulsed around it, casting its grotesque form in sharp relief. I screamed, a primal scream of terror that echoed through the silent forest. I turned and ran, blindly, desperately, fueled by a raw, animalistic fear. The image of my twisted double, its black eyes burning into my back, spurred me on. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping in my face, thorns tearing at my clothes. I didn't care. All that mattered was escape, to put as much distance as possible between myself and the abomination that had stolen my face, my identity. But the forest seemed to conspire against me. The trees reached out, their branches like grasping claws, trying to snag me, to hold me back. The ground was uneven, littered with hidden roots and rocks that threatened to trip me, to send me sprawling at the feet of my pursuer. I glanced back over my shoulder, my heart pounding in my ears. The doppelganger was gaining on me, its long limbs carrying it with an unnatural speed. Its horrifying grin was whiter now, its black eyes gleaming with a malevolent light. I stumbled, my foot catching on a root. I fell, my hands sinking into the damp earth. I scrambled to my feet, my lungs burning, my legs screaming in protest. But it was too late. The doppelganger was upon me, its cold, clammy hands reaching for my throat. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable, the finality of its touch. But the touch never came. Instead of the icy grip of my doppelganger, I felt strong arms encircle me, pulling me back from the brink. I opened my eyes to see a man, his face etched with concern, holding me upright. He was clad in a dark green uniform, a badge glinting on his chest, and a wide-brimmed hat casting a shadow over his weathered features. "Easy there, son," he said, his voice calm and reassuring. "You all right?" I stared at him, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my mind struggling to process the sudden shift from terror to bewilderment. I don't know," I stammered, my voice trembling. "I saw something." "What did you see?" the ranger asked, his eyes scanning the surrounding woods. I hesitated, unsure how to explain the horrifying apparition I had just encountered. "It was me," I finally managed, my voice barely above a whisper. "But it wasn't me." "It was." The ranger's brow furrowed. "Calm down, son. Take a deep breath. Start from the beginning." I recounted the events of the past few days, the unsettling noises, the red glow, the voice in the woods, and finally, the terrifying encounter with my doppelganger. The ranger listened patiently, his expression growing more serious with each word. "This isn't the first time I've heard stories like this," he said when I had finished. "There's something strange happening in these woods, something old and dark." He glanced at the fading red glow that still clung to the edges of the forest. "We need to get you out of here," he said, his voice firm. "It's not safe." He helped me to my feet, his grip strong and reassuring. "My truck's just down the trail," he said, leading me through the undergrowth. "We'll get you back to the ranger station, get you some help." As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us, lurking just beyond the shadows. I kept glancing back, expecting to see the grinning face of my doppelganger emerge from the trees. We reached a clearing, and I saw a sturdy pickup truck parked beneath the trees. The ranger opened the passenger door and helped me inside. He then climbed behind the wheel, started the engine, and pulled away from the clearing, leaving the haunted forest behind. As we drove, I stole glances at the ranger, trying to gauge his reaction to my story. He seemed troubled, his brow furrowed in thought. "What do you think it was?" I finally asked, my voice still shaky. The ranger sighed. "I don't know for sure," he admitted. "But there are old legends about these woods, stories about creatures that can mimic human form, that feed on fear and despair." He glanced at me, his eyes filled with a mixture of concern and pity. "You're lucky I found you when I did," he said. "Those things, they don't like to let their prey escape." I shivered, the memory of the doppelganger's chilling grin flashing through my mind. I was safe now, in the relative safety of the ranger's truck, but the encounter had left an indelible mark on my psyche. The forest, once a place of solace and escape, was now a source of primal terror, a place where the boundaries between reality and nightmare blurred. The ranger's truck rumbled along the narrow dirt road, the headlights cutting through the pre-dawn darkness. The red glow had faded, replaced by the deep blues and purples of the approaching sunrise. I sat in the passenger seat, my body still trembling from the encounter with my doppelganger, my mind replaying the horrifying image of its twisted grin and empty eyes. The ranger, a man named Jim according to his name tag, remained silent, his focus fixed on the winding road. The only sound was the low hum of the engine and the occasional crackle of the radio. As we rounded a bend, Jim suddenly slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding to a halt. I lurched forward, my heart leaping into my throat. "What is it?" I asked, my voice filled with alarm. Jim didn't answer. He just stared ahead, his eyes white with a mixture of shock and disbelief. I followed his gaze, and my blood ran cold. Standing in the middle of the road, bathed in the pale light of the rising sun, was my doppelganger. It stood motionless, its arms hanging limply at its sides, its head tilted at an unnatural angle. Its face was still contorted in that horrifying grin, its black eyes staring blankly ahead. A wave of terror washed over me, and I shrank back in my seat, my hand instinctively reaching for the door handle. But Jim grabbed my arm, his grip firm. "Don't," he said, his voice low and urgent. "It wants you to run." He shifted the truck into drive, his foot hovering over the gas pedal. "Hold on," he muttered, his eyes fixed on the figure in the road. With a roar of the engine, he accelerated towards the doppelganger. I braced myself for the impact, but it never came. The truck seemed to pass right through the figure, as if it were nothing more than a wisp of smoke. I looked back, expecting to see the doppelganger vanish, but it was still there, standing in the middle of the road, its grin widening. Then, it began to walk towards us, its movements jerky and unnatural, its feet leaving no tracks in the dust. Jim swore under his breath and slammed his foot on the gas pedal. The truck surged forward, leaving the doppelganger behind. But I could still see it in the rearview mirror, its form growing larger, its grin stretching wider. It was gaining on us. Jim glanced at me, his face grim. "We need to get off this road," he said, his voice tight. "Now!" He swerved the truck onto a narrow side trail, the branches scraping against the sides of the vehicle. The road was bumpy and uneven, and the truck bounced and swayed violently. I clung to the dashboard, my knuckles white, my heart pounding in my ears. I could hear the doppelganger crashing through the undergrowth, its laughter echoing through the trees. Jim pushed the truck to its limits, navigating the treacherous trail with a skill that bordered on reckless abandon. We careened through the forest, the trees a blur of green and brown. Finally, we emerged onto a paved road. Jim didn't slow down, his foot still heavy on the gas pedal. We sped down the road, the engine roaring, the wind whipping through my hair. I looked back, but the doppelganger was gone. The forest was silent, the only sound the receding echo of our escape. The first rays of dawn painted the sky in hues of orange and pink as we finally reached the outskirts of civilization. Jim slowed the truck, pulling into the parking lot of a bustling diner. The sight of the familiar neon sign and the smell of freshly brewed coffee brought a wave of relief, a sense of returning to the land of the living after a harrowing journey through the realms of nightmare. "Come on," Jim said, his voice gruff but with a hint of warmth. Let's get you some breakfast. We stepped out of the truck, and I stretched my stiff limbs, feeling the tension slowly ease from my body. The diner was a welcome sight, a beacon of normalcy in the aftermath of the terrifying events in the forest. Inside, the warm air was filled with the comforting sounds of sizzling bacon, clinking silverware, and the chatter of early morning patrons. We slid into a booth, and Jim ordered a hearty breakfast for both of us. As we ate, I recounted the final moments of our escape, the doppelganger's relentless pursuit, and the feeling of dread that had clung to me like a shroud. Jim listened intently, his expression a mix of concern and understanding. "You've been through a lot," he said, his voice low. "But you're safe now. Those things, they can't follow you here." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, worn card. "Here," he said, handing it to me. "If you ever need anything at all, call me." I looked at the card. It was plain white, with a single phone number scrawled in faded ink. There was no name, no address, just the number. "Thank you," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "For everything." Jim nodded. "Take care of yourself, son." He stood up, leaving a few bills on the table. "I should get going," he said. "Duty calls." I watched as he walked out of the diner and climbed back into his truck. He started the engine, and with a final wave, he pulled out of the parking lot and disappeared down the road. I sat there for a long time, sipping my coffee, my mind awash with questions. Who was Jim, really? What did he know about the creatures in the forest? And why had he helped me? I looked at the card in my hand, the number a lifeline to a world I didn't understand. A part of me wanted to call, to seek answers, to find some explanation for the horrors I had witnessed. But another part of me, a deeper, more primal instinct, urged me to forget, to bury the memories of the forest deep within my subconscious. I slipped the card into my wallet, a tangible reminder of the nightmare I had survived. I left the diner, stepping back into the sunlight, the world around me seeming brighter, more vibrant than ever before. But the shadows of the forest lingered, a haunting reminder that the line between reality and nightmare was thinner than I had ever imagined. Weeks turned into months, and the crisp autumn air gave way to the biting chill of winter. I returned to my life, to the routines of work and city living, but the memories of that night in Pisgah National Forest lingered, a haunting echo in the quiet corners of my mind. The physical scars had healed, the scratches from the branches, the bruises from the falls, but the psychological wounds remained. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of unseen eyes following my every move. The rustling of leaves in the city park sent shivers down my spine, and the shadows in my apartment seemed to writhe and whisper in the darkness. Sleep offered little respite. Nightmares plagued me, vivid replays of the doppelganger's chilling grin, its empty eyes boring into my soul. I would wake in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, the sheets twisted around my limbs. I tried to talk about it, to share my experience with friends and family, but the words caught in my throat. How could I explain the unexplainable, the horror that defied logic and reason? They would listen with polite smiles and concerned eyes, but I could see the doubt in their expressions, the unspoken question of whether I had truly lost my mind in the wilderness. So I kept it to myself, the burden of my experience a heavy weight on my shoulders. I avoided the outdoors, the mere sight of trees triggering a wave of panic. I sought solace in the crowds, in the noise and bustle of the city, where the shadows seemed less menacing, the whispers less distinct. But the card remained, tucked away in my wallet, a constant reminder of the ranger, Jim, and the horrors I had witnessed. I would often find myself staring at the number, my finger tracing the faded ink, the urge to call, to seek answers, a constant temptation. One night, unable to bear the weight of my solitude any longer, I gave in. I pulled out the card, my hand trembling as I dialed the number. The phone rang, each tone echoing the beat of my anxious heart. A voice answered, gruff and familiar. "Hello? Jim?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Who's this?" I hesitated, unsure how to explain, how to bridge the gap between the world I knew and the one I had glimpsed in the forest. It's the guy from the woods," I finally managed. "The one you helped." A long silence followed, broken only by the sound of Jim's breathing on the other end of the line. "I thought you might call," he finally said, his voice low and grave. "I need to understand," I pleaded. "What was that thing? What happened to me?" Jim sighed. "It's a long story," he said. "A story that goes back centuries, to a time when the lines between the worlds were blurred." He paused, and I could hear the hesitation in his voice. "Are you sure you want to know?" he asked. "Some things are better left buried." I gripped the phone tighter, my knuckles white. "I need to know," I said, my voice firm. "I need to understand what I saw, what I experienced." Another long silence. Then Jim spoke, his voice low and filled with a weariness that seemed to transcend the years. "Very well," he said. "But be warned, once you step into this world, there's no turning back." And with that, he began to tell me a story of ancient beings, of hidden dimensions, and of the eternal struggle between light and darkness. A story that would forever change my understanding of the world, of myself, and of the shadows that lurk just beyond the veil of reality. "Who's this?" I hesitated, unsure how to explain, how to bridge the gap between the world I knew and the one I had glimpsed in the forest. It's the guy from the woods," I finally managed. "The one you helped." A long silence followed, broken only by the sound of Jim's breathing on the other end of the line. "I thought you might call," he finally said, his voice low and grave. "I need to understand," I pleaded. "What was that thing? What happened to me?" Jim sighed. "It's a long story," he said. "A story that goes back centuries, to a time when the lines between the worlds were blurred." He paused, and I could hear the hesitation in his voice. "Are you sure you want to know?" he asked. "Some things are better left buried." I gripped the phone tighter, my knuckles white. "I need to know," I said, my voice firm. "I need to understand what I saw, what I experienced." Another long silence. Then Jim spoke, his voice low and filled with a weariness that seemed to transcend the years. "Very well," he said. "But be warned, once you step into this world, there's no turning back." And with that, he began to tell me a story of ancient beings, of hidden dimensions, and of the eternal struggle between light and darkness. A story that would forever change my understanding of the world, of myself, and of the shadows that lurk just beyond the veil of reality. The dying embers of the campfire glowed like malevolent eyes, casting flickering shadows that danced and writhed amongst the ancient redwoods. A chill wind whipped through the campsite, carrying with it the whispers of the forest, whispers that spoke of things unseen, things unheard, things best left undisturbed. For friends huddled closer to the dwindling flames, their laughter now subdued, replaced by a nervous tension that hung heavy in the air. They had ventured deep into the heart of Redwood National Park, seeking an escape from the city's clamor, a retreat into nature's embrace. But as the darkness deepened and the forest's whispers grew louder, they began to realize that perhaps they had ventured too far. Jake, the self-proclaimed leader of the group, shifted uneasily in his seat. He had heard the stories, the local legends whispered around campfires and in hushed tones. Stories of a figure that stalked the redwood shadows, a figure known only as the Smiling Man. "Hey," Jake began, his voice barely above a whisper, "have you guys ever heard about the Smiling Man?" His words hung in the air, shattering the uneasy silence. 3 pairs of eyes turned to him, a mixture of curiosity and fear reflected in their flickering firelight. "Who's the Smiling Man?" Emily asked, her voice trembling slightly. Jake leaned closer to the flames, his face illuminated by the eerie glow. "They say he lives in these woods," he said, his voice low and ominous. A tall, thin man with a smile carved into his face. A smile that never fades. A shiver ran down Sarah's spine. "That's just a story, right? A campfire tale to scare kids?" Jake shrugged, his eyes gleaming in the firelight. "Maybe. But some stories are based on truth." The morning mist clung to the towering redwoods, shrouding the forest in an ethereal silence. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy, casting long, eerie shadows that danced and shifted with the slightest breeze. Despite the unsettling atmosphere, the group decided to split up and explore the vast wilderness of Redwood National Park. Each member was drawn to a different path, their curiosity outweighing the lingering fear from Jake's campfire story. Emily, the introspective one, found herself drawn to a trail less traveled. The path, barely visible beneath a carpet of fallen leaves and decaying branches, beckoned her with a promise of solitude and tranquility. She yearned for a moment of peace, a respite from the anxieties that gnawed at her. As she ventured deeper into the redwood maze, the sounds of her companions faded into the distance, replaced by the symphony of the forest. The rustling of leaves under her feet, the chirping of unseen birds, the distant murmur of a hidden stream, these were the sounds that filled her ears, creating a sense of both serenity and unease. Emily's senses heightened as she navigated the labyrinthine trails. Every creak of a branch, every rustle in the undergrowth, sent a jolt of adrenaline through her veins. The feeling of being watched, a primal instinct she couldn't shake off, intensified with every step. The forest seemed to close in around her, the towering redwoods forming an impenetrable wall that blocked out the sunlight. The air grew thick and heavy, making it difficult to breathe. Emily's heart pounded in her chest, a drumbeat of fear echoing in the silence of the ancient woods. She paused, her breath catching in her throat. A sense of dread washed over her, a feeling that she was not alone. Slowly, she turned her head, her eyes scanning the shadows that danced around her. A twig snapped. Emily froze, her breath hitching in her chest. The feeling of being watched intensified, a prickling sensation that crawled across her skin. Slowly, she turned towards the source of the sound, her eyes scanning the shadowy depths of the redwood forest. And then she saw him. Standing amidst the towering trees, shrouded in the dappled sunlight, was a figure that seemed to materialize from the shadows themselves. Tall and gaunt, with an unnatural pallor that contrasted starkly with the vibrant green of the forest, he was a figure straight out of a nightmare. But it was his face that truly terrified Emily. A grotesque, impossibly wide grin stretched across his face, revealing rows of yellow teeth that seemed to glint in the dim light. His eyes, wide and unblinking, held a chilling amusement, a predatory gleam that sent shivers down Emily's spine. The smiling man. He stood there, motionless, his grin widening as he met Emily's terrified gaze. The silence was deafening, broken only by the pounding of Emily's heart and the ragged gasps of her breath. Time seemed to stand still. Emily's mind raced, trying to comprehend the horror before her. Was this real? Was this the figure from the campfire stories, the legend that haunted the Redwood National Park? The smiling man tilted his head, his grin stretching even wider, as if mocking her fear. He took a step forward, his movements slow and deliberate, like a predator stalking its prey. Emily's instinct screamed at her to run, to flee from this terrifying apparition. But her legs felt like lead, rooted to the spot by the sheer terror that gripped her. The smiling man took another step, and then another, closing the distance between them. His grin seemed to widen with every step, a grotesque mockery of human expression. Emily's voice caught in her throat, a silent scream trapped within her. She was trapped, alone in the heart of the redwood forest, face to face with the smiling man. The smiling man lunged. Emily screamed, a primal cry that echoed through the silent redwoods. She stumbled backward, her foot catching on a gnarled tree root. She fell, her backpack cushioning the impact, but the air rushed from her lungs. Scrambling to her feet, Emily turned and ran. Adrenaline surged through her veins, masking the fear that threatened to consume her. The forest floor blurred beneath her feet as she sprinted through the dense undergrowth, branches whipping at her face and tearing at her clothes. Behind her, she could hear the heavy thud of the smiling man's footsteps, relentless and terrifyingly close. His laughter echoed through the trees, a chilling sound that spurred her on. Emily's lungs burned, her legs ached, but she dared not stop. She had to escape the smiling man, the horrifying figure that haunted her nightmares. She scrambled over fallen logs, ducked under low-hanging branches, and pushed through thickets of ferns, her eyes constantly darting back to check if he was gaining on her. The forest seemed to stretch on forever, an endless maze of towering trees and shadowy paths. Emily's hope dwindled with every step. Was there no escape from this nightmare? Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath her feet. She tumbled down a steep embankment, landing with a jarring thud on the soft earth below. Pain shot through her ankle, and she cried out, clutching at the injured limb. She tried to stand, but the pain was excruciating. She was trapped, injured, and with the smiling man closing in. Despair washed over her, threatening to drown her in its icy grip. But then, a surge of defiance ignited within her. She would not give up. She would not become another victim of the smiling man. Dragging herself to a nearby tree, Emily used it to pull herself upright. She limped forward, her ankle throbbing with every step, but her determination burning brighter than ever. She would escape. She had to. Emily's breath came in ragged gasps, her injured ankle throbbing with a fiery intensity. She pressed herself against the rough bark of a giant redwood, its massive trunk offering meager protection from the approaching terror. The forest floor, a tapestry of decaying leaves and gnarled roots, offered no escape, no sanctuary. The smiling man emerged from the dense undergrowth, his tall, gaunt figure casting a long shadow that stretched towards Emily like a skeletal finger. His grin, a grotesque mockery of human expression, seemed to widen as he savored her fear. He moved with an unsettling grace, his footsteps silent on the soft earth. He circled her slowly, like a predator savoring the final moments of a hunt. Emily's eyes darted from side to side, desperately searching for an escape route, a way out of this living nightmare. The smiling man stopped directly in front of her, his face inches from hers. The stench of decay clung to him, a nauseating odor that made her stomach churn. His eyes, wide and unblinking, bore into her, reflecting a chilling amusement. "Why are you running?" he whispered, his voice a raspy growl that sent shivers down her spine. "Don't you want to play?" Emily shrank back against the tree, her body trembling with fear. "Please," she whimpered, "just let me go." The smiling man chuckled, a low, guttural sound that echoed through the silent forest. "Let you go," he repeated, his voice dripping with mockery. "But the fun has just begun." He reached out, his long, pale fingers reaching for her face. Emily flinched, squeezing her eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable. The smiling man's touch never came. Instead, a sharp, piercing pain erupted in his leg, followed by a guttural cry of surprise and agony. Emily's eyes flew open to witness an astonishing sight. A young woman, no older than herself, stood behind the smiling man, her face contorted in rage. In her hand, she clutched a sturdy branch, its jagged end embedded in the smiling man's thigh. The woman, clad in hiking gear and with a backpack slung over her shoulder, had appeared as if from thin air. Her eyes blazed with a fierce determination, her lips set in a grim line. The smiling man stumbled backward, his hand clutching his wounded leg. He howled in pain, his grotesque grin momentarily faltering. Emily, seizing the opportunity, scrambled away from the tree, putting as much distance as possible between herself and the terrifying figure. The woman pressed her attack, wielding the branch with surprising strength. The smiling man, caught off guard and hobbled by his injury, struggled to defend himself. He snarled and lunged, but the woman dodged his attacks with an agility that belied her small frame. Emily watched the struggle unfold, her heart pounding in her chest. Who was this woman? Where had she come from? And why was she helping her? The woman landed another blow, striking the smiling man across the face. He roared in fury, his grin twisting into a mask of rage. He lunged again, this time grabbing the woman by the arm. But the woman was ready for him. With a swift movement, she twisted free of his grasp and rammed the branch into his stomach. The smiling man doubled over, gasping for air. The woman didn't hesitate. She raised the branch again, bringing it down on the smiling man's head with a sickening thud. He collapsed to the ground, motionless. The woman stood over him for a moment, her chest heaving, her eyes blazing. Then, she turned to Emily, a flicker of concern in her eyes. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice surprisingly gentle. Emily nodded, still speechless from the shock of her sudden rescue. "Come on," the woman said, extending a hand. "Let's get you out of here." The woman, her name was Lena, guided Emily through the dense undergrowth, her strong arms supporting Emily's weight. The forest, once a place of terror, now seemed to offer a strange sense of security with Lena by her side. They stumbled upon a hidden clearing, a small patch of sunlight breaking through the dense canopy. A dilapidated cabin, its wooden walls weathered and moss-covered, stood in the center, a beacon of hope in the vast wilderness. Lena helped Emily inside, gently lowering her onto a makeshift bed fashioned from old blankets and furs. The cabin, though rustic, offered a welcome respite from the horrors of the forest. A small fireplace crackled in the corner, casting a warm glow that dispelled the lingering shadows. Lena examined Emily's injured ankle, her touch gentle and reassuring. "It's just a sprain," she said, her voice calm and soothing. "I'll wrap it up for you." As Lena tended to her injury, Emily couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude and awe towards this mysterious woman who had saved her life. "Who are you?" Emily finally asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Lena smiled, a genuine smile that reached her eyes, a stark contrast to the grotesque grin of the smiling man. "I'm a park ranger," she replied. "I've been tracking that thing for weeks." Emily's eyes widened. "You knew about him?" Lena nodded. "There have been reports of disappearances in the park," she explained. "I knew something was wrong." A wave of relief washed over Emily. She wasn't alone. Someone else knew about the smiling man. Someone else believed her. Lena finished wrapping Emily's ankle. "You're safe now," she said, her voice firm and reassuring. "He won't bother you again." Emily looked at Lena, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you for saving me." The fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the rough-hewn walls of the cabin. Emily sat huddled in a worn armchair, a blanket draped over her shoulders, while Lena busied herself preparing a simple meal. The aroma of herbal tea and roasted nuts filled the air, a comforting contrast to the chilling events of the day. As they ate, Lena shared stories of the Redwood National Park, its history intertwined with tales of strange occurrences and unexplained phenomena. She spoke of ancient spirits that roamed the forest, of shadowy figures glimpsed through the dense fog, and of whispers carried on the wind that hinted at a world beyond human comprehension. Emily listened intently, her fear giving way to a sense of wonder. The forest, once a place of terror, now seemed imbued with a mystical aura, a realm where the boundaries between reality and myth blurred. Lena recounted the legend of the smiling man, his origin shrouded in mystery. Some whispered he was a lost hiker, driven mad by the solitude of the forest. Others claimed he was an ancient entity, a malevolent spirit that fed on the fear of those who strayed from the path. "They say he can't be killed," Lena said, her voice low and serious. "That he's been haunting these woods for centuries." Emily shivered, the memory of the smiling man's grotesque grin flashing before her eyes. "But you hurt him," she stammered. Lena nodded. "I may have slowed him down," she said, "but he'll be back. He always is." A sense of unease settled over Emily. Despite the safety of the cabin and Lena's reassuring presence, she couldn't shake the feeling that the smiling man was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for his next victim. The night deepened, the fire in the hearth dwindled to glowing embers. Emily lay on the makeshift bed, her injured ankle throbbing in time with the beating of her heart. Sleep eluded her, the events of the day replaying in her mind like a macabre film reel. Lena had retired to a small loft above the main room, leaving Emily alone with her thoughts. The silence of the cabin was broken only by the crackling of the dying fire and the occasional creak of the old wooden structure. Emily's gaze drifted towards the single window, its glass grimy and cobwebbed. The moon cast long, eerie shadows across the clearing, transforming familiar shapes into monstrous silhouettes. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of fear through her. Was Lena right? Would the smiling man return? Doubt gnawed at Emily's mind. Had she truly seen the creature, or was it a figment of her imagination, a product of fear and exhaustion? Perhaps the campfire stories had taken root in her subconscious, conjuring up a horrifying apparition. But the memory of the smiling man's grotesque grin, the chilling gleam in his eyes, felt all too real. The pain in her ankle, a tangible reminder of her encounter, dispelled any lingering doubts. She tossed and turned, unable to find a comfortable position. The silence of the cabin pressed in on her, amplifying every creak and groan of the old structure. She felt a growing sense of isolation, a fear that she was utterly alone in the vast wilderness. Suddenly, a sound pierced the silence. A soft scratching at the window. Emily's heart leaped into her throat. She held her breath, straining to hear over the pounding in her ears. The scratching continued, slow and deliberate, like claws scraping against the glass. Terror gripped her. She was not alone. The smiling man had returned. Emily scrambled back from the window, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. The scratching continued, relentless and chilling. She could see the distorted silhouette of the smiling man through the grimy glass, his grotesque grin illuminated by the pale moonlight. Panic surged through her. She had to escape, to find Lena, to get help. But her injured ankle throbbed with pain, hindering her movement. She limped towards the ladder leading to the loft, her eyes fixed on the window. The scratching grew louder, more frantic. The smiling man was trying to break in. Emily reached the ladder and began to climb, her hands shaking, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She could hear the smiling man's raspy breathing on the other side of the window, his foul breath fogging the glass. Suddenly, the window shattered. Shards of glass rained down on Emily as the smiling man's long, pale arms snaked through the opening. His hand, with its long, bony fingers, reached for her, his grin widening in anticipation. Emily screamed and scrambled up the ladder, her fingers desperately grasping for the next rung. The smiling man's hand closed around her ankle, his grip like a vice. She kicked out, her foot connecting with his face. He roared in anger, his grip tightening. Emily cried out in pain, her ankle burning. Lena appeared in the loft opening, her eyes widening in horror. She grabbed a heavy wooden chest and hurled it at the smiling man. The chest struck him in the head, and he let out a guttural cry. Emily, seizing the opportunity, kicked again, this time freeing herself from his grasp. She scrambled into the loft, collapsing into Lena's arms. They huddled together in the darkness, listening to the smiling man's enraged cries below. He raged and thrashed, his frustration echoing through the cabin. But then, as quickly as it had begun, the noise subsided. Silence descended upon the cabin, a heavy, suffocating silence. Emily and Lena remained in the loft, their bodies trembling, their eyes wide with fear. They knew the smiling man was still out there, somewhere in the darkness, waiting. They knew they would never escape the Redwood nightmare.